Let's get ready to rumble!
All right. We are here. We are live. We are on a little more comfortable spot today since we're home alone today. So, all right. So, welcome to everybody in the chat. Tell me what you're on. I'm going to go over quickly what I'm on, and we're gonna basically throw it across the banner right there. When this way, I can type a little bit more. We are on a couple different things. We got a couple games kicking off. We've got some preseason football, basketball. We've got some hockey going on. We've got some college football going on. So first we'll go college football. I'm on Delaware first quarter over 12.5. I like the full game over as well. I'm on Cam Cook over 120 rushing yards. I like that. Moving over to NBA preseason, which is getting ready to cook off. I like the Hornets -2. The Grizzlies don't care. They're 0-3 in the preseason. Their whole goal is just try to stay healthy. They've given up 120 points to every game they've played in the preseason. I don't expect anything different. For that reason, I'm going to take a little 10-point parlay with Wells and Brandon Miller. Personally, I've also sprinkled 15 points for Miles Bridges, and then 15 points for Jalen Wells at +172. If you want to sprinkle that, I don't have a problem. All right, then we're going to go move on to hockey. We got two hockey games starting off. We got Senators and Sabres, Panthers and Red Wings. The Sabres are trash. The Senators haven't been much better. So I will flat out tell you I'm not expecting like a pretty good game. There's a premium play out there that I gave out of my winnable for this game. So as far as that game, that's kind of all I'm kind of looking at. Still doing some couple things I wanted to look at. Florida Panthers, we're going to take the Rat Fink. Getting his chance, basically doing well, scored 2 points in the last two games. You can get that at -130. I'm going to take the Rat Fink to get 1 point. That's Brad Marchand, if you're not aware of it. And then I'm going to take Sam Reinhart. Sam Reinhart has come out of the beginning of the season, been great. Every single game has had at least 3 shots on goal, 4 shots on goal the last game. Detroit Red Wings still gives up a ton of shots on goal. I like this action again. I also kind of have a sneaking suspicion that Sam Bennett may start to finally get some things going as well. So we're going to kind of watch that live to see what he can get going. He's only scored 1 point in the first 4 games. So we'll see that. The other thing, if you've been watching, Alex DeBrincat, since he's joined Detroit, he doesn't know any better to not shoot the puck. So I'm on Alex DeBrincat to get over 2.5 shots on goal as well. I was just trying to see if we can find a better number out there. We've got 8 minutes to go before it starts. And sorry, my wife was calling me. All right. So I was going to log in MGM because MGM is one of the last ones to put shots on goal numbers. So when I looked at it this morning, there was no shots on goal numbers, but they generally have a little better numbers. Also, if you're not aware, MGM will count it as a win if they count it as a shot on goal early, and then after the game, they adjust it. So that's a little advantage as long as you can get the similar number that you're getting elsewhere. Then you should bet that on MGM. All right, so they do not have a good number on him, and they do not have a good number on DeBrincat. All right, so let's try Bet365. I will tell you, Bet365 is one of my favorite places to do research. They give you all the information that you want to start to look at right up front. Very easy to use, very user-friendly. Just looking at some numbers here, DeBrincat, looks like FanDuel does have the best number, so we're going to go with FanDuel at -135. And I think it even just jumped. Damn it. All right. That's what I like. I like the Florida Panthers to win this game tonight. minus 164 is not something I would ever give out. If you want to take it in a parlay, you can. It's kind of interesting. I kind of like it with the Flames late, but the Flames kind of shocked that they're a dog here. They haven't started off the season right. Might actually take it with the Blackhawks plus 1.5. Blackhawks have played every game less than 1 point. So that's kind of what I'm going to do, but that's just a personal play. We'll kind of see how that works. Senators, Buffalo. Let's take a better look at this line. Let's look at who we have in net. This morning, I did not have that action. We have Alex Lyon for Buffalo coming off there, and we got Maryland Lennon is going to start here for Ottawa. Linus Hallmark has started off the season really, really piss poor. So we'll see that. All right, so guys in the chat, tell me what you're on. So far, it's been pretty quiet in the chat. Can everyone hear me all right? All right. Okay, just very quiet in the chat. You guys are killing me here. One of my favorite guys to take for Ottawa is there because the books haven't figured it out is my boy Jake Sanderson. Jake Sanders also on my fantasy team. So I like him at over 2.5 shots on goal. So we're going to add that as well. He's hit it in every game this year. He's a defenseman for Ottawa. Gets really good time on the power play. Once again, with this against this Buffalo team, shouldn't have any problem being able to pepper the net here tonight. So we're going to take Jake Sanderson for over 2.5 shots on goal. I was surprised to see they finally moved Rasmus Dahlin to 3 when he's been 2 almost for an entire year last year. It's one of my favorite guys to kind of take. Not a lot of guys really hard. Shane Pinto came down last game, didn't score. That was kind of big for him. He had hit 2 straight. Not a big gun that they really had, but a guy who's been playing well. So it's kind of a guy you thought that might be able to be able to fill up that scoring track. They really need to get Brady Tkachuk scoring, so that should be the biggest thing for them. They need to get solid goaltending. Allmark again started off the season really piss poor, so we'll kind of see how that works. But we do have the Delaware game that has started. Let me go ahead and find that so I have that on watching. All right. I have liked what Cam Talman has won. I understand if you're on the under, it's just tough with this Buffalo team to get on the under. That's the biggest issue I have. But I'll nibble it with you here. I could be perfectly fine with the under on that. All right. Okay. Then we got some games later there right off the bat. Detroit puts a little bit of pressure on Florida. They get out of it. Nice, easy, quick stop. It's always that first rush, though, that sometimes you worry with the goaltender. Here we go, boys. All right. So we've got some hockey going. We got some basketball going. We've got some college football going. Got some games tomorrow. Stop Geo, finally happy that I will take East Carolina tomorrow. Hold on one second. So we'll take a look at that. And then we're going to go through the complete NBA. We're going to go through all the lineups, what we kind of like in that card, kind of previewing the NBA, which will kick off on next Tuesday, a day after our show. So it should be very, very good for us on Wednesday. We'll have some games. We'll have NHL. We'll have a full card as we finally get the solstice here with all 4 sports going still. There, we've got at 8 o'clock later, we've got the Mariners versus Toronto, and Toronto in a must-win game, but don't like the way they've played the last 2 games. Completely was wrong in that series, so kind of backed off of that tremendously. So, but we will see. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. All right. UTEP, South Houston. We didn't really go into that game at all. I kind of personally, I'm on UTEP. It'll be interesting to see South Houston, obviously winless here. Played better last week, then to lose to Jacksonville State at the end of the game on a 52-yard field goal that the kid hit. It's kind of there how they're going to bounce back again in UTEP. UTEP led by Malachi Nelson, the once great 5-star quarterback who got NIL deals in high school, that he moved to USC and was supposed to wait his turn. Then he left there. Then he went to Boise State, and it was, Boise State got good. No, they couldn't make it at Boise State. Now he's at UTEP. Hasn't been consistent. Has had one good, big 300, 400-yard game. Other than that, he's kind of split characters with Shane Locklear. Time on the field. I almost said time on the ice. And who knows? He's so up and down. You have no idea what he's going to be able to get. So, all right. Playing with some things here. So, but we'll sit there. We'll run through the down. It's an early game. We've got 4 minutes in. It's 2-2 in Charlotte. What a massive game it is scoring here. It is. So, we've got another 7:30 game in Toronto and Boston. I mean, I'll give it real quick. I do not like this Boston team. There's a couple players I find very, very interesting. But when we go through this team, we're going to really go by new additions, guys they've added to the lineup, things they can have. Adjust. I think they have a massive issue in the front court. Can they make some moves? Yeah, they're going to have to. I was surprised today. All we heard all day was Carter Hart will be going to Vegas today, and everybody and their mothers, except anybody who's really reputable, has talked about it. But so far at 7 o'clock, there is no official Carter Hart signing yet, but I do expect it any day now. The leading contender is supposedly signing a 2-year deal with Vegas. Keep in mind, he cannot play till December 1st. So even though everyone's like, Hill got hurt and they're just going to go grab Carter Hart. And I was like, that could be true. But again, they still have no goalie for the next 2 months. But we will see it there. Senators and Buffalo getting ready to drop the puck. Senators obviously was a playoff team last year. Haven't started off well at all this year. Definitely have had some issues, especially giving up goals. Buffalo, one of the worst teams in the league. No clear direction of what they're going with. You have some nice players, but you still haven't got that guy to really extend to star level even. Tage Thompson is probably your best player. But, yeah, I mean, they let Dylan Cousins go. Casey Middlestat was a young player. They let him go. Rasmus Dahlin, obviously a couple of years old, looks like a stud, potentially could be a very good stud player. There, you've got a really good young goaltender, supposedly, who's played great in preseason and in the AHL. Last year did not look that great. And Allmark, he should be back soon, though, from the IR. We'll see how it goes. Young goalies sometimes take a while to get going. So we'll see there. My question again, if it's not Tage Thompson and Alex Tuck, who's scoring for this team? Don't have a really good, strong lines. Ottawa has the better overall team. but again, have not been playing well. This is, though, exactly what the doctor ordered, a game against Buffalo. So, all right. So Grady Dick will not suit up tonight for the preseason game. But other than that, not a lot going on right now. Both teams scoreless. I'm actually going to watch the football game. If you're not aware, Jacksonville State is one of the leading rushers in the country. That's who Cam Cook is. If you're wondering who that prop bet was, Cam Cook averages a little bit over 125 yards a game. Delaware is not a very good defensive team. They're definitely going to try. And of course, as soon as I say that, Cook loses 6 on big third down here. So Jacksonville State's going to run it. And when they're done, they're going to run it some more. And then they would probably still run it when they have nothing else to run. So, big 3rd and 10 here for Jacksonville. I apologize. It was 2nd and 10. Jacksonville State's one team that's already going to take my money. I had them as an under 3.5. That's probably not going to happen. Though I do like Delaware in this game, if you were wondering. Team close to where I live. Pretty good, solid team. There it goes. Come on. All right, the kid's helmet got to almost the first down. So it's going to be like 3rd and 3 here for Jacksonville State. 4th and 3, sorry. Be interested to see what they do. We're scoreless in Ottawa. Nice shot and goal there. Yeah, that's the thing. It's 4th and 3. Even if you were considered go with it, you have to go with it with your backup quarterback since the starting quarterback lost his helmet at the end of that play. So Delaware Blue Hens are going to get the ball for the first time at the 25. Pretty good lineup here. All right, let's as we go to break and we look for some actions, things that we like on there. You've got Botafogo and Flamengo playing in the Brazilian Serie A right now. Flamengo up 1-0. They are the better team, so nothing to get on there. Palmeiras is playing. They're up 1-1. What's up, Stop Gio? Thanks for joining in. We have a touchdown from Sam Houston. Hunter Watson continuing his revival. He's actually played the last couple of games. Have been pretty good. 22-34 last time with the touchdown. 136 with 3 touchdowns last night. Comes in today. He's thrown the first touchdown, and Sam Houston strikes first 7-0. Memphis and Charlotte are about even. We do have a turnover in Jacksonville State, depending on a flag. So, not exactly what I like, but we do need points here, so I wouldn't mind it. We're pending what the flag is. All right, we got a player down, but we're still trying to figure out what the flag is. And we got targeting defense, so. Yeah, so this is a definite fumble if they pick up the targeting. This is basically the old spearing call that they're doing. He never gets anywhere near his helmet. He hits him in the stomach. But since he launches, this is like the old fact. Like in my day, this used to be called spearing. I like to quench instructions. Anytime touchdown for the Finns, -20. Other books are -125. Steady moving, shit weather, rain. It might have been a slate. Yeah. You should be playing every single running back against the Miami defense. They're terrible. I definitely agree. That's something I looked to right away. I did last week. Unfortunately, I picked Son Haskins instead of Kamani Valdell. So that was shame on me. As everybody we talked about, the beat writer said, well, Haskins was going to get it. And Haskins still may get the job, but I think what happened is Vidal had a 32-yard run and a 19-yard run, and after that got all the carries. So they basically quickly switched. So you see that a lot happen where guys go with the hot hand. So, yeah, I mean, I'd look for his yards, his anytime touchdown. Any of those things are probably very good bets. Let me see if any of those have those right now. Yeah, so his current rush yards, if you want to take Quinton Judkins, is why they jumped like that, but okay. No targeting. So it's going to be Jacksonville State ball at the 12-yard line. They're going to say no targeting. They're not calling the spearing. Their Quinton Judkins rushing yards is 84.5. Obviously, versus Pittsburgh last week, he only had 36. The week before, 110, 82, 94, and 61. But I definitely do agree that the Dolphins, who obviously are the only team to not fire their head coach when everyone thought they were firing their head coach. Now, granted, he has played better. The team has played better, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to really save his job. So I will tail. I'll take the minus 120 on Quinton Judkins. I'll tail that. All right, so we're in business right here. Almost first and goal, 1st and 10 from the 12-yard line. If we can get this touchdown, then Delaware can hopefully respond quickly. We can cash this first quarter over, and we can make money to start the night. Let's go. Yeah. Touchdown, Jacksonville State. There we go. Cam Cook gets it going early. There's 7. Let's go. First, I have Cam Cook to score twice, so I'm perfectly happy with that. So Cook gets all out of the negative yards things. He runs through. Quick little 11-yard touchdown. So Cook back into the positive. We got 1 touchdown. We got 7 points. And we still got 9.5 minutes here to go get this second score that we need. Cash our first bet. Other than that, no other scoring really taking place right now. Charlotte's up 22-19. Fully expect Charlotte to win it. Palmeiras is tied with Bragadino at 1-1. I do expect Palmeiras to win that game. If you want to take that live, that's probably a good bet. 7-23, still kind of wait. No score in any of the hockey games. Oh, it's no problem. I can always talk NFL. Like I said, I generally have a plan of what we're going to go with, and then I'll listen to the chat. And obviously, we look for live opportunities, just like I do on the Sunday night game and on the Monday night game, and anything I can find where we can get in and we can make some money. Because in the end, that's the goal. I mean, I can make fun of wanting to watch East Carolina lose every week, but in the end, the goal is as long as we make money, that's all I care about. So, yep. So, all right. So we'll stop. We'll break down a little bit of the NBA since we got a little bit of a lull here. Actually, let's go to baseball because baseball is probably up next. Like I said, did not like how the game started. Mariners down to minus 126. They were down to minus 130 earlier. They've owned basically the first 2 games. Neither of them have been close. You come in here with Shane Bieber. Does Shane Bieber really get the ability to throw 6 innings? That's the question I look at. Shane Bieber basically going under 5 innings is minus 102. Over 14.5 is minus 130. I wouldn't be surprised if the Mariners got on early that Bieber gets a quick hook here. George Kirby, obviously they're kind of default ace coming in here. I love his strikeout numbers. His strikeout numbers right now are at 5 at minus 120 on FanDuel. He's hit that in his last 5 games. He hit that in the last 2 games versus Detroit. He's hit that game in the close the regular season versus the Dodgers with 10. You're up 2-0. They're not going to run to the bullpen as quickly as possible. I like George Kirby at over 4.5 strikeouts. I'm going to go ahead and take that. And we'll add that to the list. Just bear with me. I'm typing with one hand. And hopefully in a couple of weeks, my co-host will actually join me, so I'll have another person out here as well to keep an eye on games and everything, which will be very nice because he excels at hockey, and he can watch all the hockey stuff, and I can kind of sit back and watch. What is the Mariners team total? I'm going to look at some of the hits, runs, RBI stuff. You say that, but again, who's he throwing to? That's I mean, right now, yes, everybody and their mother has picked up Tez Johnson in fantasy, and because he had one route that he broke off early and he went deep, and I like Ted Johnson at Oregon. He was a solid receiver, but that doesn't make him an NFL receiver and a guy that you can constantly go to. The other guy, Cameron Johnson, is another big mystery. So I expect Sterling Shepard to get a lot of catches. I expect Cade Otton to get some catches. Rashad White should be getting 4 receptions every game anyway. That's just kind of their offense. The other thing is what I tell you. The Bucs can stuff the run. So you're going to make Detroit have to beat you on the ground, through the air. Because no one really runs the ball versus the Bucs. They don't. Bucs do a tremendous job. You make it one-dimensional. That's what allows them to kind of come back in games. Because they know they can stuff the run. It's just a question of whether or not they can put up enough points. I know everybody's on the over, but there are a lot of question marks on whether that offense. All right, Delaware goes deep. Oh, off the guy's hands. A little bit too much. So one of the guys that's very interesting that I'm watching here is hits, runs, RBIs. That's generally what I like to bet in baseball. I don't play a lot of the other stuff. You'll know you can play the home runs things. That's fine. It's a throw in there. It's just like playing anytime touchdown with some guys who aren't traditional touchdown scorers. It's not exactly a lottery pick, but in some ways it is. What a terrible throw. 3rd and 9. The guy looked like he should have ran for it. Would have been pretty close to it. Instead, tried to drill it in there. Doesn't happen. All right. I am a fan of DVOA, except when I hear the crap is how great the Ravens are because of DVOA. Because there's ways to embellish that DVOA. The Ravens would have, they played great games. Teams don't have. Look at their defensive manager. I was like, because their offense was up by 15, 20 points. Kind of defeats it makes the offense one-dimensional on the other side. And when you do that, that's your advantage. So So I don't take a lot of stock in the DVOA. I do it for my power ratings. But I'm not sitting here playing a game based on one team's DVOA is better than the other team's DVOA. So I'm going to give you one more bet that I'm going to take this game. We're going to take the big bopper. Cal Raleigh hits, runs, RBIs. You can get that at FanDuel at minus 110 for over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Go back and look at what the Bucks running back guys have done to the Bucks against the Bucks. You don't run against the Bucks. And the question is, if they get behind with two guys carrying the load, is that enough for go through? Not that he can't hit 60 yards. I mean, if he gets enough carries, he can definitely hit 60 yards. But they don't give up long runs. They're one of the best in the league. In not doing that. So they make you have to pass the ball. You can still run. I mean, you can gain 2-3 yards. Unless Vita Vea is magically out for this game, which he's not. I don't know how I would take that. It's also your Monday night games, the 7 o'clock game. It's an early game. Keep in mind, this game is basically at 7, so it's going to feel like 6 to the Bucks. And I'll look at the actual stats. I'll pull them up. Since we started talking NFL. The Bucks defensively are 5th in the league. They average giving up 88 rushing yards per game. So with two running backs to get, and they only average giving up 88 yards, that's basically saying that Gibbs gets 60 and Montgomery gets 30. Obviously, game time there, McCaffrey had some success, but McCaffrey had 17 carries and he had 54 yards. Is the offensive line better in Detroit than San Francisco? Yes, they are. You go to the Seattle game, that's probably the one team that actually had some success. And that's because Kenneth Walker got one run, which he actually did break for 31 yards. So he had 10 carries for 86. Then you go to Barkley. Well, we all know Barkley hasn't done shit all year. So Barkley got 19 carries for 43 yards. Hurts actually did get over the 60-yard mark. But again, it's a little easier for a quarterback when the Bucks do play a lot of deep cover too. Defense always have. The Jets got 48 and 30 was their leading running backs. Obviously, the Texans, not exactly Texans or the Jets, not a great there, but Chubb got held to 43. First them, and then the Falcons with Bijan. Bijan got held to 24. So that's why the line's 60. You had one guy in 6 games that's beat it, and that came off a 31-yard run. If that's the case, I would go and look at long run for the running back because he's probably going to need that in order to hit it. Yeah, I mean, again, I wonder how the Bucks are going to move the football. Obviously, I'm a Buck fan. I want them to move the football. I want them to be able to be competitive here. But it's different for one guy showing up in a game where no one's ready for him versus having to sit there and do the whole thing right from the get-go with Tez Johnson. So we'll see. So Buffalo is on the board. It's 1-0. Goal by Jack Quinn, assisted by Rasmus Dahlin and Brian Barham. So 1-0 Buffalo. Ottawa, Buffalo's only attempted 3 shots in the first period, the first 10 minutes. Ottawa's attempted 5. Not exactly a shot fest that we were expected. Charlotte closes the first quarter up 30-37. Like we said, no defense expected in this game. Jalen Wells has got 5 points. In a late scratch, Ty Jerome did not play, even though he was listed as playing today. Miles Bridges has got 15. So if you took the 15 with Bridges with me, you've hit that. So we talked about that as a personal play. So that's good to see. Braxton Biller's got 3. LaMelo Ball's got 2. You could easily win this game. Yeah. I mean, I don't. If the Lions score early, I think they win the game. The Lions need to kind of be in the lead, kind of there. And I do think the Bucs will have some issues trying to figure out there. Come on, Cam. Can't go sideways to the line. You got 120 yards and you're running like you don't know what you're doing. All right, big 2nd and 11. We still got 7 minutes. So far, Delaware's done nothing on offense. Camp Cook has been bottled up. Not good. But he could break one at any minute. Creel's going to have to do something through the air. He's going to run. He's going to pick up 3. Oh. Ottawa's on a power play right now. Yeah, I mean, as long as still Penny Sewell's there, still can run behind that guy. All right, Creel's running for his life again. Rolls out and he throws it to the guy's ankle when he was wide open coming back to the football. Yeah, this guy's got no arm strength. That looked like a very easy, simple throw. There. U-tops across midfield, trying to match the score from Sam Houston. Palmaris, like we said, there we're going to take it over. 2-1 Palmaris. Let's go. Well, I mean, this is the kind of, if we want to go all in the NBA, NFL, we can talk a lot of NFL. I don't care. I mean, I'm going to get the NBA at some point, but I understand what you're saying with that. Again, we talked about this on Monday night when everybody and their mother was on the Bills. And I said, people don't realize the Falcons are the number 1 overall defense in the league ranking right now and the number 1 against the pass. What they struggle in is against the run. I expect a big McCaffrey game for that. They don't play a lot of 2 deep safeties is what the Bucs played, which is why McCaffrey was a great look this week and why Gibbs and Montgomery are probably both great looks on their receiving yards as well in that game. So I would take all the running backs receptions over, which is what I'll do. I think McCaffrey gets going on the ground versus Falcons team. I question we're going to have another week for Jennings. So another week off injured. Ricky Pearsall may play in this game as well. That'll be big. The question with the Falcons are, how do you go with the loss of your key linebacker and play caller and really your heart of your team the next week? I think this is a catch by Delaware. I think he got a foot in. Yep. So nice shoulder throw here. 5 minutes. Yeah, Delaware, let's go fast for no reason. Set to give me this first quarter over. All right, we're at midfield. And the running back had no clue what he was doing. Quarterback RPO'd, handed it to the running back, even though the defensive end crashed. There was zero reason to give that to the running back. All right, big second down. Buffalo still with 3 shots. Ottawa's power play so far powerless. 2 shots on net, though. Decent power play to get to. And what's he doing? He threw this ball 4 feet out of bounds and then looks at the receiver, what he's doing. I was like, what are you doing? It's 3rd and 9. You're going fast, but you got to... I can't like it when people go fast for the sake of going fast, and you realize when you don't have any efficiency, it's not the best play. All right, since we want to talk NFL, we'll talk NFL. Start Pittsburgh, Cincinnati on Thursday. I like the over. That's where I'm going. I was interested to see Jamal Chase's numbers actually went back to more of like last year's Jamal Chase. So they saw 1 game of Flacco, and from that point on, they're already ready to anoint Chase back to 70, 80 yards per game. I do think he still gets there. T. Higgins, obviously, you got to love T with Flacco there. Big 4th and 6. Delaware says, hey, we're going to go for it. Minucci seems to be completely clueless so far in this game. Jacksonville State's all pointing to each other. That's always what you want to see from your defensive backs. Send the blitz. He's got the first, and then he almost gave it up twice. Oh, almost an idiot. Almost tried to drop back and get it, but we get the first down. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, Delaware. Punch this in. I lean. If I was a money line bet, I think the Steelers win the game. If I'm taking ATS, I'd be on Cincinnati here. And I love the running back rush yards. So you looking at the rush yards essentially for Pittsburgh here. They should be able to kind of dictate whatever they want. You're obviously going to have the split between Warren and Gainwell. A couple other things I like. Kind of cheap parlay piece. I took both teams to score 15 points. I took that with some soccer parlays and some hockey stuff already. So it's minus 150. So it's not anything I'll give it out as a play, but it is something I like. I'm probably going to be on both teams to score 20 points, which I like as well. Like I said, I like the over. So if I like the over, I like it there. I think this score is probably 20-24, 20-27, something around there. If I can see, you can get both teams to score 20 points at plus 138 on FanDuel. 15 points has now gone down to minus 188. So it's strictly a parlay piece now. Going deep, and he misses them again. He's open. He just can't make that throw to save his life. It's two guys twice. Beat their man. Can't get the throw. So Jaylen Warren, 48.5 yards rushing. It's right where, so I'd shop around. If you can get a 46, which is what it was early week there. Trey Henderson is questionable to go. He may not even go. So that's another thing to kind of like with this Steeler team. There's a couple other plays I like, but they're going to be winnable plays, so we'll just go past that. Yeah, big loss here by Delaware. Delaware's offense is all confused. There's no way I'm going to get my over. I got defensive linemen in the backfield just waiting for the running back to get the ball. It's never a good sign. Delaware does not look like they're ready to play this game. 3 minutes to go, big 3rd down, 3rd and 13. You already went for it once, so you're not going to punt it. So this is definitely 2-down territory, as long as you can pick up 5 or 6 yards. And we're going to run quarterback, say RPO. That'll pick up 3. And you'll have 4th and 10 from the 41. If you punt it, it's probably maybe a 20, 30-yard thing. 4th and 9. What? Oh, come on. You cannot punt this. Kid's going to kick it in the end zone. It's going to be a difference of 20 yards. Watched a bunch of Delaware games. This is the worst I've seen him look. And actually, it's a good punt. Gets caught at the 3. So, yep, Jacksonville State's got 97 yards for me to cash my first quarter. Not what I want to see. Can Cam Cook do it? Yes. Has he had any holes to do it? No. We'll see how this works. Yep. So, again, I like this number more. It was 43.5. It's moved up to 44.5. I still kind of like the over. But, again, I kind of think the score is 24-20. I think both teams score 20 points. I think if it goes into that, I would probably just take that instead of trying to bet the over. I don't think one team really pulls away from another team. ATS, I'd take the Bengals plus the 5.5 or pass for me. Moving to the second game, we got Rams and Jags. -3, Jags +3. Doesn't sound like Puka's going to go. And without Puka, this offense is really, really nothing. Not really sure. Again, this is a late game. I believe this game's in Germany. Early morning, 9:30 a.m. game. You're getting no props on any of the Rams because of the news for Puka. So there's nothing really to take. The only thing I would kind of take if I were anybody, I'd take Brian Thomas. People don't realize Brian Thomas was officially hurt, but not actually given a designation, which the Jags are probably going to get in trouble for eventually, the first couple of weeks of the season. So he's kind of recovered now. And as he's recovered his last two games, he's got more targets, got more yards, had 80 yards versus Kansas City, had 90 yards versus Seattle. Kind of a very similar thing he's going to get here. He's got 69.5. I would take that as the play. Saints and Bears. Again, this Saints team is very, very not a team you want to play. We got no props at all live. I like the Bears. Are they that much better than the Saints? Saints have played every single team they've played close. Everybody wants to sit there and go, oh, Saints versus Bears. We're taking the Bears. Plus 5.5. Yeah, the game's in Chicago. That helps. But you sit there and you look at the games that the Saints have played. Realistically, even last week, when they were down 20, what is this kid doing? Okay. He's meandering his way and got a first down. There you go. 30 seconds. Let's go. Make another play. We're at the 50 already. I mean, Delaware's actually just going to run over in this game. Come on, kid. Make a play for the end of the first quarter. Don't wait for the first quarter. Make this play. He wants to go. He wants to go. Get the ref out of there. 10 seconds. Come on. One chance to hit this first quarter over. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. Come on. Snap it. He snaps it. All right. Cook does have a lane. He gets around the outside, and he gets out of bounds. But Cook has started to get going here. Delaware looks lost. What is the live on this? All right, 1 second. My dog is telling me it's time. UTEP has tied it up. I'll be right back. Ugh. Come here, big guy. All right. Yeah. All right. Ottawa's tied it up. Like I said, it's tough to watch 17 things going on at once right now. Let me go back to that. See who scored for Ottawa. By the way, Charlotte's up 16, so that's looking really nice right now. If you tailed, Tim Stolze scores. Zetterud gets there. 1-1, Ottawa and Buffalo. Buffalo needs to figure out that they're not going to win if they only shoot the puck 3 times in a period. I don't care who they play. I don't care if they play a high school team. If they shoot the puck 9 times for the game, they're not going to win. That's just absolutely pathetic. No score at all in Florida and Detroit. Sam Bennett with 2 shots on goal, leading the way. Seth Jones and McCullough with 2 shots on goal. You got both teams with 9 shots on goal for the first period, so looking pretty well. Charlotte, like we talked about, is up big right now. Jalen Wells still stuck at 5 points. Bridges got 15. Miller's got 7. All there. But 5 is not – we're still on our way at 5. So, Wells, we just need to get to 10. So, we're halfway there. Boston's up early, 11-4. We're in the second quarter here. Jacksonville State has the ball on the 49-yard line. Jacksonville State is actually moving the football. And Delaware looks lost. It's kind of surprising. I was going to see what we have for a half game right now. What's up, Subhuman? Sub, let me know if you ever want to be on the show just to kind of talk to things. There at times it's kind of trying to follow what's going on live and get there. It's always nice to have some other person on as well. Sometimes I have some guys on, but tonight we do not have anybody else on. So. This is going to come down on Pitt, you think? Yeah. I don't know. It stayed at 5.5, and it's pretty much stayed at the whole time. So if Trey Hendrickson is ruled out, the line will probably go to about 6.5. I could see Flacco definitely throwing an interception. Maybe. Who from Pittsburgh is getting the interception? All right, I will tell you right now, my dog, well, it's my wife's dog, loves her more than anybody in the family. So when he feels her car coming, he's going to be barking here for the next couple of minutes until he goes, and then he's going full crazy until she walks in the door. So excuse the barking in the background, because it will last probably for the next minute or two. All right, Jacksonville State has the ball at midfield. We got a fake. Quarterback once again still kind of clueless. Then he finally throws it back into the ground. What's he doing? Just take off and guys are looking for the big play in this game when sometimes the 4 or 5 yard play is the play to make. Just run forward. Very first time when he stepped up in the pocket, there was nobody in front of him. Just take the 4 or 5 yards, get down, stop getting into 2nd and 10s and 3rd and 10s. Yeah, or just hand it off to Cam Cook and let him go. It's Cam Cook for another 8 yards. Yeah, let's stop making this kid try to throw the football. That's your best play. Yeah, so we move on. Let's go to the NFL rundown. Where did we stop at? That's NBA. I was going to look at the injury report for Pittsburgh because last week you had everybody still out. So let me see if they're still out as well. So Darius Slay looks like he's not on the injury report this week. That's big for them. And Joey Porter Jr. is not on the injury report, so he'll definitely go. Like I said, guys, sorry, I apologize.
He has an office. He just refuses to use it. He's about to lose it.
Excuse me 1 second. I'll be back in just a second. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yep. All right, let's go continue with the NFL. And he missed it. Jacksonville State attempted the field goal. Kid who kicked it last week does not get it this week. All right, Eagles and Vikings. I don't know how you could possibly bet on the Eagles. I don't know how you can possibly bet on the Vikings. Is this J.J. McCarthy? Is this Carson Wentz? There's nothing I want to touch in this game at this moment. Maybe when I start to know who's playing and what's the deal. And I haven't really paid attention to this game to really come through. Raiders and Chiefs. I'm on the Raiders plus 11.5. The Raiders consistently play the Chiefs pretty good. I'm probably going to be, that being said, I'm going to be on most of the Chiefs defensive linemen to get a sack. You get Rashee Rice back. How much he's going to be used the very first game back will be kind of a big question. We also have 0 props available yet on this game, but this is a Raiders plus 11.5 for me. I'm probably going to be on the over as well. I think 45.5 is probably a small number here. Ashton Genty is starting to look pretty good. The last couple games, been able to run it really, really consistently. He's also doing very, very well out of the backfield. A lot of people are not really paying attention to that, but he's got 14 catches on the year out of the backfield. So that would be 4th in the Raiders in receptions. So doesn't really have the yards, but he gets the reception. So I wouldn't play his receiving yards over. I'd play his receptions because he gets a lot of catches for like 1 yard, 2 yard there. Pagente's up to 424 yards total for the year, which means he's on pace for 1,000. He's had over 60 now for 4 straight weeks. He's had 2 tutties with that. One massive game, obviously, in Chicago with 138, which was his breakout game. Geno is still terrible. To play Geno for an interception, that's almost a gift. Mahomes probably play for 2 touchdowns there. It'll be very interesting to see the target share kind of come into play. We saw Tyquan Thornton basically completely squeezed out last game, had absolutely no catches whatsoever. Wasn't really even on the field that much. I think Kansas City wins the game, but I think the Raiders somehow, some way, traditionally play Kansas City very, very close. They squeeze within this 11.5. So I just think it's kind of too many points. And I do think that line's going to go up too. So I think you can kind of wait on that too. All right, next game, Saints and Bears, we kind of talked about. Do we have any props on that yet? It sucks that we don't get props in these games sometimes till Friday night. Hey, Sean Jalen won over 49.5 yards. I don't get why the line is dropping from 59.5 on the opener. I wouldn't play 49.5. I just think it's a couple yards too many. I told to shop around that line. If you can get that at 45.5, that's got a little more value, or 45. He's still going to split some carries. Gainwell's going to get plenty of touch there. I think they're going to have success running the ball. I just question whether it'll be 2 guys running. He's going to be right around that mark. I think if you could play a band, it would be 45 to 55. Would kind of be where I think he kind of finishes. But yeah. But I think both sides do it through the air. I think both sides realize that's how your bread is going to be buttered in this game. Cincinnati has a much terrible defense, and Pittsburgh is not the same defense as in years past. Also, Joe Flacco has the ability to get rid of that ball so quickly that even if you have a great defense, that's the one reason why Flacco, when he went to Indianapolis, did well. When he got to Cleveland, he didn't, because he doesn't have the quality receivers that he have. And most people are learning this year that, guess what? Indianapolis has some pretty good weapons on the outside. Michael Pittman's very good. Josh Downs is the greatest guy you want to get to if you got to get rid of the ball quick. He's quick, fast, itchy, twitchy, very tough to guard in space. You can put him in the slot. You can hit him on quick little hooks and curls and drags and things of that nature. And there's nothing the defense can do about it. It's really boring offense, but it's what they can do. Miami and Cleveland. I think this Cleveland defense is so good. I think this Miami team is going to have major, major issues. The games they've been in and the games they've won is when A-Chain has gone off rushing the ball. He will not run the ball. He will not do well rushing the ball versus Cleveland. Cleveland will pretty much have him stuck. So this game's going to be Jalen Waddle. And are they calling this a fumble? He was trying to go for extra yards. And Delaware and Jacksonville State rips it away and scores. And the coach is going to be pissed because he looked like his forward progress was stopped 3 yards ago. He got pushed back. Then they ripped the ball out. I don't know how this is a fumble. This has to be forward progress. But no whistle blew, apparently. Oh, they did rip that out. Clearly, it looks like he was trying. He's moving those feet. Oh. That's going to be left, kicked, picked up by the linebacker. And it counts 14-0 Jacksonville State. Yeah, I mean, windy and rainy, that's what the weather they kind of called for. Again, it's Cleveland or passing me. But trying to take Cleveland is there. If you're watching the games, Gabriel doesn't want to push the ball downfield. He's so worried about throwing interception. It's kind of the issue. And he's got to push the ball downfield to get Jerry Jeudy involved to open up holes and things. But I like the ability for Quinton Judkins on the ground. We already talked about that. We played his anytime touchdown. We're going to play his rushing yards. David Njoku is also questionable for this game, so keep an eye on that. If that happens, Harold Fannin is a must play. He's getting 3 receptions right now a game. He's getting 4 early in the year, and then they kind of moved Njoku, who's took back over the lead. If Njoku can't go, Harold Fannin's probably going to get 5 to 6 receptions in this game. Definitely like that. Carolina and the Jets. I mean, really. Carolina can't win away from home, and the Jets can't complete a forward pass. So the question starts to be, can basically Breece Hall move the ball at all and Justin Fields rushing the ball out of the backfield against this Carolina defense? Carolina's defense actually comes in here. Again, they haven't played a lot of people. They come in here top 10 rated. They're ranked 10. They're 12th against the pass, 9th against the rush. Jets are 5th again in rushing. So, I mean, they're 32nd in the league passing. Not surprising if you watch Justin Fields play at all for the Bears. You realize he really has no idea what the defense does. Takes forever to read a defense. And unlike, very similar to Shedeur Sanders, the difference is Justin Fields has legs and can get out there and extend legs. Shedeur Sanders is going to get sacked. I can't wait till he plays a game because I'm going to take every guy on the defensive line and linebackers to get a sack. And you can get plus 600, plus 700 on DraftKings for linebackers to get a sack. It's one of the greatest things ever. And he just holds on to the football way too much. He's going to get sacked so many times. It's going to be like Christmas when he finally plays a football game. Offensively wise, both these teams are inept. Jets defense, not as good as Carolina. This is Carolina or pass. Carolina, you look and you say, okay, can Dowdle do it again? Yes, right now they're 4th in the league in rushing. Well, the kid's had 400 yards in the last 2 games. Can Dowdle do it again? Yeah, we talked about it. A-Chain under on my card. At this point, you have to be playing Dowdle. You just have to. You kind of – I didn't want to play it last week, but I played it for just a quarter to start the game, and then I got into it at 115 and 120 and 140 and 150, and we hit all of them. It's just Jets are not great against the run. A lot of that's out. Quentin Johnson missed a couple of those games. So I would keep an eye. Essentially, is Quentin Johnson going to play? Quentin Williams, sorry, is not on the injured report. So it'll be kind of interesting there. He hasn't really been the dominant guy they kind of thought he was. Obviously, really nobody on this Jets defense has been outstanding. Even Sauce Gardner, people are like, oh, he takes away the field. I was like, no, he doesn't. Watch any of matchups. This guy still gets 80 yards. Yeah, I mean, you could play Carolina, can't play on the run, but this game really comes down to real quick. If Rico Dowdle gets his yards, Jets aren't winning this game. If Rico Dowdle gets stuffed, yes, then Carolina's in some issues of trying to figure out what they're. I've got no props on this game live, so I couldn't tell you. I'd probably look at Tedder McMillan, though. In this game, it'll be an interesting matchup with Sauce Gardner because he has such a size advantage on him. So depending upon how this game is reffed, that could be major issues for the Jets. So, yep. I'm taking Brashard Smith every week. I think Brashard Smith role, if you've been watching, his number of snaps on the field go up every week. It's going to be a winnable play. I just haven't seen the number yet. And again, if Rashee Rice gets 8 receptions in his first game back, I'd be shocked. If he's on the field that much, I'd be shocked. I think he's on the field at times, but keep in mind, he hasn't been practicing. Been practicing for a week. Yes, he's back. Yes, he's healthy. There was never an issue with him. But I have a thing with guys who hold out. Guys who hold out typically get hurt early. You go through the history of any guy who held out in August, comes back in September, plays a game, hasn't practiced, hamstring pull, quick injury, knee injury, whatever. Go back and look. You can go through one thing. You had it this year. Terry McLaurin held out the whole time, came back. Yeah, he's great. Yep. 2 weeks later, on the shelf. We could have a very similar thing with Rashee Rice, and I think they know that. And I think he's going to get probably like half his normal snaps. I'd be crazy if he was out there every single drive. Yep. Yeah, Mason Taylor has a chance to go off. Obviously, he had an off week, but it wasn't a very good matchup for him last week. So I definitely see your Mason Taylor stuff. I'm not seeing any props to receiving yards or anything on FanDuel in a lot of these games, so I can't really give a prop when the guy's not really there. New England, Tennessee. Calvin Ridley let us down after a really good game before, but he got hurt. So this has got to be – the line, though, is getting kind of ridiculous. We've got 7 points for New England on the road in a game that may have some rain in it. You look at this Tennessee team, and the only guy you've kind of been really impressed with is probably Tyjae Spears since he's come back, to be honest with you. But New England, yeah, Drake May had a great game, but again, that was versus the Saints. A lot of people have very good passing games versus the Saints. Still only ended up winning that game for 8 points. I will tell you, Delaware looks terrible. If Delaware doesn't look like they're going to score in this game. Jacksonville State is ready to go. There's just no way else to say that. They're minus 11.5 right now live, and if it wasn't so juiced, I'd probably consider it because, man, Delaware just looks awful. And Jacksonville State with Cam Cook has shown ways to move the football. Cam Creel has not been that great, but as long as you got Cam Cook back there, they've got a guy who actually can move the football and look lightning better than this Delaware team that's playing right now. We go New England, Tennessee, we were talking about. So I was trying to look at the depth chart. So I won't be shocked if I love Tony Pollard, and Tony Pollard's a good back. I won't be shocked if they kind of move him. And the reason I say that because I think their offense will work better with Tyjae Spears. And I think you're going to get a very similar that you could get with Tony Pollard. Also, his age and his time frame doesn't meet the teams. Cam Ward's in his first year. He's just beginning. He's had some games where he's pinpoint on some of his passes. But they haven't had a running game. Their defense has been pretty piss poor. They've kind of made him quickly into one-dimensional. Cam Cook bobbles it, then he picks it back up, and then he's off to the races. Cam Cook to the 21 but that's a reception, not a run. And I think you've got enough backs and some different guys there that I think they would explore that ability to possibly trade Tony Pollard. And if you looked at the last couple games, Tyjae Spears, since he's come back from injury, has increased his workload every single game. He's much better back out of the backfield. And I think that continues to carry on. Does that mean they're going to beat New England? No. Is New England going to win this game? Yes. There's a touchdown there by Jacksonville State. Like I said, this game is over. It's 21-0 Jacksonville State. And Delaware can't move the football. Yeah, third straight road game for the Pats. Yep, that matters. But, yeah, it's probably a Pats money line parlay play. That's probably my only play. Yep. I may look at some props if I ever get them. And we'll go on from there. Where did we last? Chargers Colts. Very interesting game. Very interesting game. Only props I have are passing props. Apparently, everybody else doesn't matter. Jones has played well the last couple games, but versus two subpar opponents, he really put up really subpar overall numbers, except for passing touchdowns. He did throw for 2 touchdowns in a row, but both his times he's failed to clip the 225 mark. Is that some teams have started to kind of figure out what they're doing? Chargers are an up and down enigma. I thought they'd be better. They started off the season. Obviously, they get the nice win against Kansas City, and then they've kind of gone up and down. Nothing really that I have. Magically, last week, they were able to get that win. Shouldn't have got that win versus the Dolphins. They were outplayed in that game. You look terrible versus the Commanders. You lost to the Giants. You beat the Broncos. I mean, they're going to be up for this game versus the Colts. It's a Colts or nothing for me. Any game in California is not a home game for them. That's basically a road game. The entire half the team is basically the other team's fans on vacation. It's kind of terrible to sit there and watch when you see the home team basically not getting the cheers and the other teams are actually cheering their normal home team cheers. All right, we'll take a pause there. All right, 8 o'clock has started. Let's see what's going on in actual games that are going there. We've got a over 50. Don't think the Chargers are eclipsed 20. So unless you're thinking the Colts are going to get over 30, if you're going to do that, why don't you just take the Colts team total? Yeah. And best of luck with that one. I'm not touching that with the 10 football. Palmeiras ends up winning by 5-1. Ottawa and Buffalo are still tied 1-1. Detroit was the first one to score versus Florida. Goal came in the second period. Goal by Mark Appleton. Lights the lamp. Larkin gets a point again, so that's good. I like that. Kabrinkett's got 1 shot on goal. Move over to the Florida side. Bennett's got 2. Rodriguez has got 2. Really problem getting the puck on net tonight. Detroit doing a good job limiting that. Florida needs to really get going. 10 shots on goal is not going to do it 30 minutes into this game. Yep. Ottawa, Buffalo, still tied at 1-1. I don't know what Buffalo's doing. I do have this game on the side, but Buffalo, again, we've played 24 minutes, and we have 4 shots on goal. And you're not going to win with 4 shots on goal. I don't care who you are, whatever. And your defenseman is leading the way with 2. He's got half your whole team shots. That's just terrible. Ottawa's on a power play. Seem to be on a power play every time I turn around and look. Right in front. Ooh. Misses the stuff chance. And it's out of the zone. We've got UTEP up 14-10. They did bounce back for Sam Houston. Teams have scored every quarter. Both teams have. Charlotte's up 9 at the break. Jaron Jackson's got 15. Small's got 14. Jalen Wells is still stuck on 5. I don't know what he's doing. I'll have to watch some of that game. Bridges got 18. Brandon Miller's got 9. LaMelo Ball's got 4. Colin Sexton. I think that's going to be such a big grab by them. All right, so let's talk NBA for a little bit here. We're going to go division by division, and I'm going to break it down first as what additions that we have here. The one goal Buffalo got was a shot off the boards behind the net, bounced onto the goalie's back and scored. Looking to take Ottawa live soon. Yeah, I mean, again, that's what you should be doing, jump shot, because you're not going to win that game with 4 shots on net. It's beyond pathetic. It's locked for me right now as they go through the scrum. What we're trying to see is essentially, did the puck cross the line and then got pushed back? Sanderson was celebrating. The other guy was celebrating. I don't know. Yeah, the puck's behind him, between his legs right now, and then he kicks it back forward. So, yeah, this should be a goal for Ottawa. That's why we're not seeing anything. Ottawa's going to be up 2-1 in this game. It's clear as day that the puck is behind the goalie, between his legs. And they're going to give him the goal. That's Jake Sanderson. Goal scored by Jake Sanderson, 2-1. Delaware continually. Oh, they finally hit a deep pass. Big play by Delaware. Guy's been open all game long. I'm not sure what the quarterback's doing. They hit a 40-yard pass in the quarter. Oh, he stepped out of bounds. He stepped out of bounds. This should be challenged. He steps out of bounds trying to run down the sidelines and track the ball. This is clear as day, guys. Just give the goal. My app's already given the goal. Yeah, that's the only thing that could happen is Buffalo's challenging goaltender interference, because it does seem like some guys push the goalie. All right, so we got Denver Nuggets. Obviously, the big trade. You trade Michael Porter. He goes over to the Nets. You add Cam Johnson. But that's not the moves I like from this. They went ahead. They signed Bruce Brown again. Yeah, he's a little older. It's 2 years after he left. But he's kind of that guy who can do some things off the bench. He can play great defense there. And then you signed Tim Hardaway Jr. Tim Hardaway Jr. was kind of lost in Detroit with the youth movement. Didn't really kind of fit in with the new nucleus. I like the move for Detroit. I think it was the right move for them. They had enough good players that play his same position to move on from him. Great move by Denver. You basically get him. Then an unseen picture that no one's talking about is Kessler Edwards. Kessler Edwards probably going to maybe go down to the G League, or he's going to be like the 12th guy off the roster. And the only reason I like Kessler Edwards is he can play defense. He can lock guys up on defense. He can give you extra minutes, the KCP type deal on defense. And you still got the growth of Julian Strother, Peyton Watson, Hunter Tyson. Those guys will get better. Deron Holmes will be back. This will be another full year for Deron Holmes. That'll be big for them. Jalen Pickett played well down the stretch. So I really like this Denver team. Probably the best team in the West. Right now, I actually have some bets for them to win the West. Maybe some things, or at least win the division, some hedge, some things, other things as the season goes on. But I think they're going to be hungry. They're not the team that won it last year. Should be there. OKC, we talk about OKC every year having 2 first-round draft picks and no place to put them because their roster is full. As far as additions, the answer to that is really simple. The answer is none. They run the same team. Is that so good? But who do they get back? They get Nikola Topic, who actually played really well for the Summer League, coming back. Last year's first-round draft pick. Um, all right, they gave him the catch. I don't know how. He stepped out of bounds, clearly, beforehand, but okay. I probably want to make this a game. All right, Delaware now looks like they actually have an offense. Moving the football again. All right. It only took them to go up 21 for that to not happen. Probably going to be really in it once the playoffs. But is this team really going to go all out all season? Probably not. You got a lot of guys with a lot of little knocks already in the preseason. Jalen Williams, Nikola Topic, Isaiah Joe, Chet Holmgren, all kind of small little injuries. The whole goal for this team is just going to be healthy at the playoff time. Then we'll get going. Definitely very, very good team. Probably going to take their under in their season win total. But it's not going to be something I'm going to take pre-flop. All right, we'll look at the Timberwolves roster, what their addition is. Rob Dillingham should actually play a role this year. Last year, he was kind of just seen on the sides. Terrence Shannon, we saw him explode a couple times during the playoffs. Should be big. You basically return the same thing. Joan Behringer, who had a tremendous summer league, especially with block shots. He was blocking about 4 or 5 shots a game. It's kind of a bit of a twig, but it'll be very interesting to see how they incorporate him. And if they can find someone to take Rudy Gobert, I think they would clearly move on from Rudy Gobert. But I don't know why they re-signed him to extension last year. That didn't make any sense to me. So you look at the Northwest. Nuggets, I think, are number 1 in the Northwest. That's the bet I made. You can get that at plus 300. Thunder, Timberwolves, Trailblazers, and Jazz. All right, Trailblazers. Everybody knows me, knows they're one of my favorite fun teams to bet on. We have my boy Danny Avdia, who may win Most Improved Player. Should have won it last year. You add their key additions. And like a lot of other teams in the league, their key additions is they add Damian Lillard some point, sometime towards the end of the year. Damian Lillard is going to play again for Portland Trailblazers. How that helps them, I don't know. They also had Drew Holiday. Obviously, getting him back is massive. You have Drew Holiday, you have Scoot Henderson, and now you have Damian Lillard. They all play the same position. I think you have an issue if you've got to decide what is the 4 that you want to go with. I think they're going to go with Drew Holiday, Shaedon Sharpe, Danny Avdia, Toumani Camara, another one of my favorite players to play. We'll bet a lot at Toumani Camara. And Klingman, obviously, will start at center this year. So obviously with the loss of Aiden, that was a good move. And obviously moving Simon was good because at that point Sharpe is bigger, taller, and is proven to be possibly a better shooter and better scorer. From that. So very good, difficult Western Conference division. Utah Jazz, another team. You guys are going to hate it, but we're going to bet a lot of Utah Jazz. And when I say that, we're betting props. We're not betting Utah Jazz to win or anything. That's not happening. Isaiah Collier, everybody knows, one of my favorite players. Really speedy guy. Bet him a lot for assists. Bet him a lot for double-doubles. Books finally got wise, and they kind of took some of that away. But they've got an issue also trying to figure out what they're doing. They moved Colin Sexton. You moved John Collins. And now you're trying to move Lauri Markkanen. At one point, you have to have actually a clue of how to build a football team. Walker Kessler's 1 year coming around from getting there. I understand the move to Markkanen. The move from Markkanen is trying to make Kyle Filipowski or Taylor Hendricks start. Let's see what you have. Hendricks has been there now for 2 years. Hasn't done shit in any of those 2 years. You need to know if he's any good. Kyle Filipowski is on the other side, has looked great. Looked great in Summer League. Looked great when he got to actually playing games. You have George Yang and Kevin Love. I don't even know why you added them at the end of your bench. I guess to help some of the youth guys learn how to play power forward. But other than that, I don't know. Kessler's there, Nurkic is there, Filipkowski's there. I want them to sign Walker Kessler. If they can find a home for Larry Markkinen, there's some good places that make sense. And Keontae George and Bryce Sensabaugh will battle it out for the 2 guard, but both of them are really de facto point guards, so I don't know what you're doing by moving Colin Sexton. I thought you should have kept Sexton, but that didn't make sense to me. All right, so we'll take a break there. That's the Northwest. I like the Nuggets to finish. I like the Thunder, Wolves, I like Blazers, and the Jazz. You might have 4 teams make the playoffs in that one stinking division. That division's going to be that little conference is going to be tough. Oh. All right, let's see what's going on. Seattle's up 2-0. Did we cash our bet already? No, Cal Raleigh got out. Julio Rodriguez went yard. Randy Rosarina scores with Julio. Little J-Rod. I got OKC and the Rockets over 224.5. I don't hate it. The line opened up it's actually 226.5 right now, so you've got 2 points of CLV. I don't play a lot of unders early. A lot of overs or unders early. You generally have very bad shooting early on in the season. So you kind of, some teams working on rotations. It's not anything again, like we talked about this OKC team, we don't even know who's going to play for this OKC team. In game 1, when there are guys that are questionable whether they're going to be able to go. So I think you have to know that information if we're really looking at there. Holmgren's expected to be out till October 17th, so that should make him play. Isaiah Joe should play November 17th. Topic will definitely won't play. He's out to the 11th. Williams will be out to at least the 21st, which probably means he's missing the first game, so you're not going to have Jalen Williams play. The other Jalen Williams will most likely play in that game. Thomas Sorber for them is actually out for the season, so that's not going to be anything to worry. But I also wonder what team you're going to get. You're going to have no Fred VanVleet done there. Dorian Finney-Smith will probably play. KD will obviously play. But I question this Rockets team. I really do, especially a point guard. If OKC brings in Caruso, he's probably going to lock up Reed Thompson. Hey, is this a touchdown? We're out at the 1. All right, Delaware's going to be down at the 1. Hey, at least they're going to help towards the over. Didn't help for the first quarter overs there. Yeah, I question this Rockets team right out the get, how good they're going to be at all. I mean, I would probably take OKC just in the game. I think they're going to be a better game. I don't love OKC without J-Dub. That's a huge scoring loss there. Buffalo somehow is now leading this game 3-2. Alice Tuck has scored. Tage Thompson has no shots on goal. How do you have no shots on goal, Tage? Killing me. 3-2 Ottawa. We talked about haven't got really good goal attending. That's really bad goaltending. You've given up 3 goals on 11 shots. Delaware's going to walk into the end zone here. Nice patience by the running back. 21-7. Gets back into this. Goalie's got a 727 save percentage. That is terrible. Alex Lyon is at least giving him decent 90% goaltending here, and just terrible here. Defense, major issues for Ottawa this year. Goaltending, major issues versus last year, which they really improved on it. So Florida scores. They're down 2-1, and we cash the rat. The rat scores. Brad Marchant scores again. His third goal in the last 3 games. Delaware went for 2 for some reason. Down 21-6, they went for 2. What a moron. I don't know any analytics that would tell you to go for 2 if you're down 3 touchdowns in the second quarter. Yeah, so Brad Marchant lights lamp makes it 2-1. He has his 3 shots on goal, getting ready for his return game versus Boston coming up. Reinhardt's got 1 shot on goal. Bennett's got 2. Seth Jones has got 2, continuing his ability to shoot the puck. Carter Verhaeghe got nothing. Detroit being led by Patrick Kane. It was the second goal. 2 shots on goal for him. Larkin gets his second assist in the game. UTEP Sam Houston is still 14-10. Charlotte's still up 11. Jalen Wells finally gets off that 5 points. He's up to 8. We just need 2 more points, Jalen. 2 more points. Brendan Miller already got his 10. He's got 11. Miles Bridges has shown that he is just going to be a dog this year. I love this Charlotte team. 25 points for Miles Bridges. They have all the talent in the world to win this. Not win the league, but to be a much better improved team than they have been. So, sorry, I want to make sure I clarified that. So no one goes in there and puts it there. Yeah, that's been, I mean, you're definitely going to be cooked if you have no defense and then you lose Brady Tkachuk. But my guess is probably watching his brother hang out and do nothing and just rehab, and so he feels bad and he wants to do the same. Yeah, like I said, I like the Dylan Cousins move. I mean, you kind of stole him here from Buffalo. He's a guy I like because he puts the puck on net. Shane Pinto has kind of been a much improved player this year, but it's his 7th year. Obviously, he didn't do much at all last year. 37 points is not really what you want from your second-line center. I love Sanderson. Sanders good. Tim Stoltz is a solid piece and has been there. Again, he's a guy that they could really kind of grow with there, but you still need that one star player, and that star player is Tkachuk. David Perron is no longer there. He's hanging on to the end of his career. He's got him. And almost the midfield. There you go, Jacksonville State. Look at them. Come on, let's get the points. We need points. Stoltz is another guy I like because he likes to shoot the puck. So another guy to kind of look for. All right, we got some games. We'll take a breather here. So we talked NBA. We talked college. We have a college game every single night. We got Tulsa and ECU tomorrow. Tulsa's come into this game. Really, when you look at their respective yards per play, it's one of the worst in conference, only averaging 18 points a game. Major issues, offense 81st in the league, defense 90th in the league, 112th rushing there. The only good news is ECU doesn't really run the ball. They do pass the ball. They do pass the ball pretty well. Caden Hauser, obviously the reject from Coastal Carolina, has looked a lot better there, and the reject from Michigan State. Parlay Pinto caught gambling last year, maybe 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. I like ECU in this game. Do they cover 16.5? I don't know. That's the big question. I may look for a first half bet on ECU. I think they'll take care of business pretty easily here. You look at the last couple opponents here from Tulsa, and they were all able to move the ball pretty well. We just watched New Mexico State the night before. They lost to them 21-14. They're nothing to write home for. They lost to Navy, and Navy just destroyed them, and Navy's not really any good this year. Their only win really they have is Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State, obviously, lost Mike Gundy. That offense was terrible. They can't move the football. Got destroyed by Tulane, got destroyed by Memphis. Kind of feel like you're going to get the similar type deal here by ECU. I want to probably take the ECU minus 16.5 as long as it stays at 16.5. So, got a home game here for ECU. Tulsa's really not going to be much into this game or really care about playing this game. So, Seattle's still up 2-0. Kirby's got 2 Ks, so he's well on his way to his 4.5 Ks that we need. Look at Buffalo again. Here they come, and they score again. 4-2. I mean, you got to pull this kid. This kid in goalie is terrible. I know you don't have many other options, and Allmark's hurt. Not even sure who you have as your option here, but you've got to pull this kid. Jason Tucker gets Jason Zucker gets the goal. Rasmus Dahlin for another assist, and Zach Benson with the assist as well. 4-2 Buffalo. I know some guys were on the under. That doesn't look like that's happening. Got a great way where they couldn't shoot the puck, but man, I don't know how. No, I just drop Allmark for that reason. Again, I think a lot of it is the defensemen's in front of him not doing well, but you've got to be able to make some saves here. You can't go into a game with under a 70% save percentage. That's not going to win in the NHL. This kid's running for his life. So many downs. I don't think he has any clue what he's doing back there. All right, Charlotte's up 16. Come on, Jalen. Get 2 more points here before you get benched. 14 points for Miller, 10 points for LaMelo, 25 for Miles Bridges. Javon Small has 15 points for Memphis as Memphis continues to show we really don't care about the preseason, and our goal is to go 0-5. Kind of fade this team probably the whole way. He's got a big second and 13 with a minute 47. Cam Cook only has 35 yards and a touchdown right now. He's also your leading receiver. I don't know how he stayed on his feet. He rolled and did a somersault. Did he roll on somebody? No, the elbow goes down. Yeah, his elbow's down. He didn't stay on his feet. In the NFL, it would have been a good move, but not in college. Toronto's up 50-49. All right, we'll talk real quick this Boston team. We'll go to the next division. Very, very interesting division. All right, so we all know Boston Celtics. We'll start with them first. Actually, we'll start with the Raptors because I like the Raptors. What if we get the Raptors live, by the way? Because I did want to take the Raptors in this game. Raptors are plus 3.5. Kind of like that. All right, so Raptors. Key additions is Brandon Ingram, who didn't play at all last year. But you look at this team, and this team can be very, very good. Jakob Poeltl, Scotty Barnes, healthy-wise, could be very, very good. Let me make sure of that. Brandon Ingram, RJ Barrett, and Emmanuel Quickley. Off the bench, you have Jacoby Walter, Abaji comes over there, Jamison Battle, Jonathan Mugbo in the second years. Mugbo played pretty well in sparing minutes last year. The This team could be very good starting five. They be able to switch every position except for center. But you have guys who could play the center in a pinch. Brendan Ingram, Scotty Barnes, complete tremendous length. They're going to get a ton of steals. The question you wonder on this team is, it's going to be a different type of game because they're not going to hit a lot of threes. None of these guys are prolific three-point shooters except for maybe Emmanuel Quickly, but he's a streaky shooter. So if he's on, he's great. When he's not, he's not. Jacoby Walter can hit shots, though. Abaji can hit shots. But actually just downright scoring, Scotty Barnes' three-point percentage improved last year. It will probably improve again this year. I think this team's going to be very good. I kind of like taking this team over in their win total. Let me pull that up. I think I already did. Hey, look, the kid's running First Life again. All right. NBA season win total. I will say, trying to find win totals in DraftKings was like pulling, like one of the most difficult things you would think. It should be just like, hey, season win total right there. It's like, no, you got to go through awards. You got to go through conference. You got to go through. All right, so division. So Raptors to win the division are plus 1,300, and they're plus 1,300 because the Knicks are there, and the Knicks are going to probably win this division without any really question at all. So, where is it? Are they not giving me win totals because the preseason game started? That'd be stupid. Oh, I'm BetMGM. That's why. Sorry. That's all right, D. One day you'll actually serve your rightful place. You bet Ottawa full game plus 3. You've got a lot of faith in this Ottawa team. Jacksonville State's going to get a PI and have probably first and goal from the 4. As Delaware's trying to figure out what the world they're doing. All right. Again, like I said, trying to find this. Regular season wins. Finally found it. Okay. Then they don't have this ranked in any order that would make any sense. Like all the teams in the same division should have the same. Toronto Williams win total is 38.5. I like the over in this. I think they get to 40, 40 plus with this team. I don't think they're going to tank. I think they're a playoff team. I have them bet to make the playoffs in this game, in this season. Knicks are going to win this division, probably 1 or 2 seed, as long as barring injury. But let's go first quickly. We are going to go to the Celtics. If you're not aware, the Celtics basically added Anthony Simons. They lost Drew Holiday. That's not an addition. That's a subtraction. Obviously, you got Jason Tatum may or may not be back by April. And of course, he's got videos out there that, he's playing. He's going to come back. No, it'd be very stupid for him to do that and come back. They lose Al Horford. They lose Porzingis. And they basically bring in nobody except Chris Boucher. Now, I like Chris Boucher. A lot of people don't know who Chris Boucher is. Chris Boucher has been stuck in Toronto for years. But when Chris Boucher has had a chance to basically play, he has played well. He's about a 10 to 15-point guy. He can actually hit the threes, kind of Manute Bol, kind of looking there. But the kid's a stick. He plays great defense. He gets shot blocks. That's going to be one thing we're going to probably take with Chris Boucher, as long as the books actually give it to us. And Creel gets out of it, and then he gets to about the 28. It's going to be nothing. They're going to go for another field goal. But Chris Boucher and Sam Hauser as your power forward, and with Nemes Cato as your center, with maybe Luka Garza as your other center, that's a problem. And it's going to be a problem. You have no size. You have no size. When you play Toronto, who could switch at every position, and has 6'7", 6'8" guys who are nimble and can hit the boards and can pretty much just post you guys up all game long. There's nothing the Celtics can do. When they play the Knicks and you have Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson going through, there's nothing they can do. I mean, I don't have any clue what their GM thought of what he was doing when you have that. Even when Tatum comes back, you still have no center. Nemes Keita is not going to survive. He's not a big guy. He's going to get abused by teams. There's a reason he hasn't been playing for there. Yes, he can score some points. He can get some things like that. He can do some things there. He's about a 10-point guy. But he's not going to limit the other guy from scoring at all. So Anthony Simons, fine. He can shoot the rock. He's about 6'1", soaking wet, and about 185 pounds. His 20, 25-point games are not going to happen in Boston. They may happen with Tatum out. So if your whole goal is to have him score 20 and Brown to score 20, but the other team's going to score the same number. He's a terrible defender. It's almost like, hey, we won a championship. This guy has missed 2 field goals in the same exact spot, 1 foot to the right of the field goal. Why don't we just line up a little bit over and get this play? Who do you think's the leading scorer for Toronto is? I think it's Brandon Ingram. I think Brandon Ingram has a massive year. I think Scotty Barnes, because he plays that jack of all trades, he's going to get his about 8 rebounds a game. He's going to be close to 10. He's going to be close to a triple-double most games, at least a double-double. But because of that, I think going down the stretch, too, is going to be Brandon Ingram. And I think Scotty Barnes can be perfectly fine with that. That's just kind of his mentality. His mentality's never been to take the ball and, want to be the guy in the end to score points. RJ Barrett thinks he's that guy. And Barrett's an interesting guy for leading scorer. I just wonder if RJ Barrett can stay healthy. I kind of think Brandon Ingram wasn't really that hurt for the Pelicans. I think he just was tired of playing with the Pelicans. And then he got to the Raptors and they lost the first 3 games and they were quickly out of the playoffs. And then it was like, dude, we got you for years after this. We didn't get you for this year. We don't really want to win. So 21-6, it goes into halftime there. So I definitely don't. Yep. So, all right, let's talk about the 2 teams everybody wants to talk about. 76ers. I don't know what they're doing. Key additions that you added for this team are Andre Drummond, Jabari Walker, Dominic Barlow. That's it. Guys, you could possibly get back. You're going to get Jared McCann back probably at some point this year. Quentin Grimes really started to play really well last year. Was being a solid scorer when they were basically just flubbing it. How that works with Joel Embiid, who knows? How that works with Andre Drummond. I think the Drummond pick is basically when they can find somebody who will take Embiid. Embiid to Boston makes a lot of sense. I don't know how you'd afford it. I don't know how you do it with cap rise because Boston's could have been over salary cap team, so they're going to have to match salary. But another goal for Buffalo. What a terrible. I mean, you've got to pull the goalie. Power play, Jason Zucker, Josh Stone, and Tage Thompson. 5-2 Buffalo. It's just terrible. Tage Thompson has decided to take the night off from shooting tonight. Dylan Cousins, facing his former team, is firing the puck constantly. Shane Pinto's got 2 shots in goal. Stelzy's got 2. They've shot the puck 21 times and given up 5 goals. We got a podcast. That's what Philly's got. Okay, so that's what they're putting their hopes on. Charlotte's up 25. Jalen Wells, unfortunately, only has 8 points, though, so that kind of sucks. Not sure he gets in the fourth quarter here, since this game has now gotten away. LaMelo's got 18. Brandon's got 14. Con Knippel's got 9. 29 points for Miles Bridges. Continues to just beat the shit out of him. Toronto has tied the game up 2-2. Josh Kirby's still sitting at 2 strikes. Home run by Andres Jimenez. 2-run home runs right now is the difference in the game. 2-2 going into the third. Florida down a goal going into the third, and Ottawa with a minute left getting their ass kicked 5-2. Yeah, the under 6.5 is, I mean, I don't even think you got to fade this Ottawa team for a while, especially if this kid gets in goal again. This kid should be right on your bags packed for an AHL, back to the AHL. Not going to happen. How are you calling? You go figure out to go sign Carter Hart. Anything's better than this. All right. So we're the Eastern Conference. Go to the last Nets. I like VJ Edcombe. And everyone's like, oh, we got a good chance for Rookie of the Year. And I was like, I question his ability to find minutes. That's my biggest question with VJ Edgecombe. I mean, it doesn't even really appear on the 2 deep. So I don't know what you're doing for kind of moving forward. Yep. Live Blue Jays -105. La Geraldo believes the Blue Jays, which I said was a must-win game. I still like Seattle this game. I like George Kirby, but again, it is different if they can chase Kirby somehow. They can take away that advantage. Kid almost gave up another goal. This guy's terrible. All right, the Nets. You add Michael Porter Jr. Don't know what you're doing. You drafted 4 point guards. One of them's got to play. A couple of them you're going to have to try to play at the 2 guard, but you went in, you re-signed Cam Thomas. I don't know what you're doing. At the 3, you got Zaire Williams, you got Jalen Wilson, you got Terrence Mann. One of those guys is going to start. Kobe Buffkin, you pick up the old first-round pick from Atlanta who never can make it in Atlanta. Another bad year for the Brooklyn Nets. That's what's on board. I do like Nolan Treyarch. I think he's going to be an outstanding NBA guard. I think he's going to be known for his defense first before he actually really gets any offense. But he's going to get plenty of steals. Yep. Anything for the 9 p.m. slates? All right, you want to talk then? Yeah, we can go through that. 2 runners on here for Toronto in top of the third, trying to get another run. All right, so let's look at this. Let me pull up. I already know what I took, but I'll see what's available. We got the Blackhawks versus the Blues. Traditionally a pretty good rivalry. All the days where we had Brett Hall versus Chris Chelios. Back to the old days. You have the Blackhawks, who have not lost any game this year. Now, granted, it's a very small sample size by less than a goal. They've actually played very, very well versus multiple very good teams. They lost by the Panthers by 1. They lost to the Bruins in overtime. They lost to the Canadians by 1. And then they beat the Mammoth. So that's your Blackhawks. In this game, your leading point scorer for them is Frank Nazar. Frank Nazar has come out and played so far a pretty good season for sophomore year here. Let me go back and look at what we have live. So personally, I've taken the Blackhawks plus 1.5. I think they continue to play well. I thought they looked well when they've played. It is something I've liked them to continue to play. So I'm not playing anything for goal scorers. Neither of these teams have consistent goal scorers anymore. The guy to actually take in this game is Dylan Holloway. The one thing you look in this team with the Blackhawks are averaging, I believe, given up here. Let me get the numbers because I have it up. Where did I put it? Here's the stats. Here they are. The Hawks are giving up 30 shots per game. For that reason, I like Dylan Holloway to get over 2.5 shots per goal. You can get that at plus 115. So that is the one play that I am on in this game. As far as the side and total, like I said, I'm on the puck line, and I'm taking the Hawks with the goal and a half. Let me add that to the banner. Oh, come on. We finally got some points from Jimmy Snuggerud last game. Frank Nazar is an interesting guy, but they moved up his shots on goal here to minus 170, and that's just not a play at minus 170. It's probably going to hit. He'll get the 2 shots on goal, but I'm not paying minus 170 for it. I am interested, though, in playing Frank Nazar over points at over 0.5 points. He's done this in 3 of the last 4 games. He plays on the top line with Connor Bedard. He's going to have opportunities based on what Bedard has. And again, he plays in the power play unit. I like Frank Nazar at over 0.5 points. Which also goes again why I like the Blackhawks. Also Chicago guy, but they come in as a team that's been consistently scoring more than the Blues. Blues had a very good game the last game out. They did get a nice game finally from Snuggers. Snuggerud is one of my dark horses for Rookie of the Year. So taking him for half unit at over 0.5 points as well. Moving on to the next game. Oh, we got Calgary. This game is really interesting because Calgary comes into this game by 1-3, and they're the dog versus Utah. This Phoenix team has not been good in years, so for them to be the dog, it's really there. So Jump Shot's trying to steal some of my stuff right now. I am on Utah. I like the over 5.5. This is a very similar team than you've got from Ottawa. You have not got good goaltending at all. We are not seeing the typical starter who hasn't started really well for Calgary anyway in net tonight. Wolf will not be there. It will be Coronado or Cooley would play. Schmelko has played a lot better. Utah has a lot more talent than people think. They come in this game pretty well. Dylan Guenther is one of my favorite players right now in the league. He was on fire. You've heard me say this plenty of times if anybody's listened to any shows. He's on fire shooting the puck. 7-4-2 in his last game. He finally actually kind of calmed down last game. But from my points perspective, He scored a point in every single game. He is at a minus 200, so it's not something you can take just by himself. That's why if you look at what Jordan's taking, jump shots taking, essentially Nick Schmetz with Dylan Gunther, play a very similar line. You could also either take a JJ Petrika, who I actually like better than Nick Schmetz because he plays on the same line as Dylan Gunther. So I'm going to go ahead and take JJ Petrika and Dylan Gunther at over 0.5 points. And we're going to go ahead and take that. That's a little parlay. I'll write that down. Oh, just 1 second. So I do like Ottawa, Utah in this game as well. I think they have the better team. They've definitely played a lot better. There, you have Nassim Kadri has not really got going for them. Backlund's been pretty solid for them. Mackenzie Weiger has been solid when you actually go down and you look at his numbers and different things that he's been able to put up. But just not enough here for me to really think that they're going to have enough to stay in this team there. I like this Utah. Like I said, we talked about there. I think you have to take them on the puck line, and I think you have to take the over. Now, the one thing I do like from Nick Schmetz is his shots on goal. So if you want to get on board with Nick Schmetz, I like the over 2.5 at plus 128. 5-2 Blue Jays. Clear the bases. Yeah, I mean, this is a must-win game if there's going to be any chance of a long series. I'm looking at what we have here live. All right, you can get over 6 on Bet365 at minus 110, or you can take the over 5.5 at minus 140 for the Flames Mammoth game. Let me see what MGM has. See if there's anything that's a little bit better. All right, the Hornets are up 36. I'm just going to call my minus 2 is going to cash. So we'll win that one. So ring the bell. Let's go. I'm not in my normal office, which is why I got. Yeah, it's over 6 on MGM as well. So if you want to pay for the juice, that's the question. You can pay for the juice and take that with the East Carolina money line, and you can get close to minus 111. There we go. I'm fine for that. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. They gave him minus 105 with 2 men on base. That was kind of interesting in that game. As long as you can get that number with the 2 guys on base, that helps you out. Now, I assume they pulled Kirby. Again, I'm not watching, so that's going to probably be a loss. And he's given up 1 home run, 5 runs. Only has the 2 Ks that he got in the first inning. All right, Jalen Wells gets his 10 points, so we cashed the little 2-person preseason parlay with Miller and Wells at 10 points apiece. So that cashes. That's good to see. Oh, the ball went off the wall. Oh, I was going to look at one other thing. So one of the things I like to bet in hockey, and I will tell you it kind of sucks sometimes because you don't get the full lineup, is block shots. Block shots has been heavily increasing in the league. With more players getting block shots than anything, they're being a little more scrutinized in how they count block shots. And you've got guys who sometimes consistently get block shots. The only downside is you have 8 defensemen and nine offensive players, and you typically get like 4 guys you can choose from. So that's the part that kind of sucks sometimes. As some of the books have figured out, hey, wait, we don't really want to offer this because there's guys consistently getting block shots every single night. So it is kind of a thing you have to kind of go from one book to another book and see kind of what's available. Like we get 2 guys in the Blackhawks St. Louis game on Bet365. That's all we can bet. And none of them are the guys I want to bet. That part just sucks. Let's see what MGM has. But I do love block shots. All right, we got 5 guys in there. So we got Tiger, Sergachev. Nothing good. What did I take with the ECU money line? I took. I'll just do it that way. I'll just go to the ECU game. I took the over 5.5 in the Utah Calgary game. Yeah, that's a 10:30. They finally figured it out, and they gave the Lakers 9 points. Lakers, another veteran team, could care less about preseason, has trouble scoring. My buddy G there gave the Lakers last night in the chat, and I said, and he gave points, and I came back and said, I would only take him at +5 than -5. And they ended up losing. You also look at who's out tonight for the Lakers. No Aiden, no Doncic, most likely no Bronny. All those guys are listed as questionable. So until we find out who's actually playing, you can't bet this game. It's 9 points now, which kind of leans to that the insiders kind of think none of those guys are playing. And you look on the opposite side, and the only guy really questionable that you're worrying about is Gafford, Exum, and D'Angelo Russell. So this might be a lineup of right now the confirmed starting lineup is confirmed that it's Gabe Vincent, Dalton Knecht, Rui, Gerald Vanderbilt, and Jackson Hayes. Versus the expected lineup of Lively, Davis, Flagg, Thompson, and maybe Russell or Exum. That lineup's disgusting. 10 o'clock lineup of the Clippers Sacramento is probably more of a game I'd rather bet than that game. I mean, I might just take Dallas like for a quarter begin to because that lineup is terrible. What can we find? Okay, I got to go. FanDuel doesn't want anyone to ever bet preseason, so you've got to like jump through hoops to go find the preseason games. Yeah, it's -9 right now. It's a tough number to carry for a preseason, but yeah. I mean, we'll get to the Pistons, but we could talk the Pistons. I think it's a very interesting move for them. So, again, the advantage is that they're in the East. You've got the Bucks. Pacers obviously lost Halliburton for most of the year. But they got Andrew Nemhard. They'll be perfectly fine with Andrew Nemhard. They'll also be forced to play Benedict Mathurin, which will not be the worst thing for them. I actually think they'll be better. The question I have with Ivy, I'm not sure he finishes the year with the team. I think that's going to be the question that you have with this roster. So as far as guys that they had Karis LeVert, so that should help their bench. You had Duncan Robinson, another outstanding outside shooter, should help their bench. You have Kate Cunningham, you have Jaden Ivey, you have Thompson. Thompson couldn't shoot to save his life, but he's a tremendous rebounder and plays defense. We love taking Tobias Harris in the first quarter. We love taking Tobias Harris in the first 3 minutes to score because they run so many set plays for Tobias Harris right off the beginning of the game. It's hilarious. Jalen Duren is going to continue. He needs to stay healthy, but he's a walking double-double. It's just a question to see what they do. Do they move Ivy for a veteran guy who can really kind of help this team? That's the piece that a lot of people think that they're going to do. That you get a star who's upset and the other things. I mean, we're a week before the season starts, and you have Trae Young tweeting something that's so cryptic that makes everybody stop and wonder what the world's going on. I mean, if you're not aware, Trae Young basically went on his Twitter and repeated, let me pull up the Trae Young tweet so I don't misphrase what he point. And a lot of people like this Hawks team, and I like this Hawks team. But I like this Hawks team with Trae Young. I think they can survive without Trae Young and be fine. So the question is kind of, so yesterday he tweets, 4 days ago, Chiefs, another day, another opportunity. 1 day ago, he tweets, it's just a business. Nobody has any idea what's going on in this guy's head. Is that just to say, hey, oh, Pinto already scored? Cool. I had that pre-flop, so I'm happy with that. 5-3 makes that plus 2.5 that somebody took. Right there, Sanderson has a goal and an assist. There you go. Helps my fantasy team. Shane Pinto, who I, of course, dropped today, of course. So, but he does get his 2.5 shots on goal. Delaware and Jacksonville both started up punts. Again, if you're betting this game from a spread, I think it's got to be Cincinnati plus 5.5. If you're betting this on an over-under, I'm not going over 43.5, but I think both teams score 15, and I think both teams score 20. That's probably the way I'm going to take that. I've already taken the 15. I'll probably take the 20 as well. I'm just waiting to see if the line goes. Should be a very interesting game. Toronto scores again, 6-2. That's probably going to be it for Kirby. And, of course, that's right after he gets 4 Ks. And we need 1 more K. George Springer, homer to center. Lots of home runs given up here by Kirby. 6 earned runs. The only downside of this game is you're only in the 4th inning. Lots of game left. Ottawa scores again, 4-5. Here they come. Yeah, the over 7, that's a good call. I looked at that. Never pulled the trigger. That's a good win. Oh, he wants his video? Okay. I don't really know how this stuff works, so let me try to see.
Gotta respect the condom.
You fucking moron! What are you talking about a condom, you fucking idiot? He's 5 fucking years old.
Like I said, I'm not sure where all the frames are, so that's the one I picked. Let's see here. All right, there you go. That may be my new favorite one. Yep. All right, 5-4. Lars Eller scores. Nick Cousins. All of a sudden, Ottawa is shooting the puck. And once again, Alex Lyon having some issues here. 5-4 in this game. And we have a game with 18 minutes to go. Now, if Florida can tie the game, that would be very nice. All right, D. Sam Reinhart's got 2 shots in goal. We need 1 more. That should be nice. Well, they did let Kirby stay for the 4th. So that's kind of interesting. Does he come out to pitch the 5th? We need 1 more K. Probably not going to happen, but yeah. Buffalo then scores right away. No goaltending at all in this game. What is... I'm pissed I didn't take the live. Live total is 12.5. That's how much they respect the goalies. They're asking for 3 more goals. That's just comical. 12.5 hockey game. This goaltender for Ottawa is terrible. He didn't even move. I don't know if he could see. Ryan McLeod scores it with Alex Tuck in the assist. You have a game where Tage Thompson, your leading shots on goal guy, comes into this game with 17, has 0, and you still put up 6 goals. And now Buffalo goes on a power play. This is almost a guaranteed goal. This kid's terrible. What's the bet for next goal? Where's my buddy D's favorite play? Which is next goal scored by... He's gone. There goes Cam Cook. That's what we needed. Boom. House call, baby. No, he actually angled back towards the defender. He's tackled at the 1. And there's the goal for Buffalo. Knew that wasn't going to take long at all. As soon as they got the power play, it was over. Goal scored by Jack Quinn. Yep. I mean, it's just... How Ottawa stuck with the same goalie for 7 goals is beyond stupid. Unless they don't have anybody else to choose from, this guy's just getting shelled. I mean, any shot on net is almost a goal. They come through. Nice 2-2. Boom. Great deke. Goes right around it. He's in a complete butterfly. Nothing he could do except just watch the goal go in. 7-4. 16 minutes to go still in this game. They're not done. All right, Cam Cook was getting stuffed. Then he just blew out for 66, by the way. And now Jacksonville State's going to throw this in now, get a PI, and then it'll go with the 1. So Cam Cook has 106 yards now. We just need 14 more yards to get his prop. Let's go. Jacksonville State has been all over Delaware this whole game. Not surprised. I was surprised because I was on Delaware pre-flop, but watching this game, it's been... All right, we got a 26-point lead for Charlotte. Miller's got 20. Bell's got 20. Bridges got 29. Sexton's got 13. Diabate's got 15. Wells is over his 10. He's got 12. Let's go. Yeah, that's the weirdest thing I saw. I mean, Tage Thompson, your best player, your leader, is basically taking the night off, and you're not needing it at all. There's definitely, you're just not needing it. 2nd and goal here for Jacksonville State. All right, so we hit the Mile Bridges 15 we talked about, plus 102. We hit the 10 and 10 parlay. That was nice. Really simple, nice, quick little preseason money winner. And Delaware holds. Cook goes nowhere. Oh, this guy's terrible on the move. 3rd and goal here for Jacksonville State. And they're going to hand it to Cook. No, he's going to RPO it. He'll get to about the 1. And it'll be 4th and goal from the 1. So Jacksonville State, who that's the first yard they got after the 66-yard run, will have to decide, oh, they're going to go quick. 4th and goal, that's what you do. And you hand it to Cook, and Cook powers in. Touchdown, 2nd touchdown. Cash that personal play. Let's go. 28-6, Jacksonville State. All right, so let's take a look and see if there's any plays we can get on here in the NBA with the NBA preseason here. We did so well in the first game. Got another game where no defense is probably going to be played. Let's see if we can get a firm lineup here. We got Harden, Miller, Jones, Kawhi, Zubac. Sacramento still has yet to confirm their lineup with 37 minutes to go. All right, so I guess we're waiting. If we look at the last couple games they've played, Clippers come into this game 0-1, only played 1 preseason game to date. Played that against the Nuggets, played pretty well, but again, didn't break 100 points. Scores in that game, Kawhi had 17. Brook Lopez had 15, and that was it. Zubac had a double-double. You look at the Kings game, they're 0-2. They've cared less. But they have scored points. They've scored 120 points in at least every game they've played in the preseason. Sabonis with 19 points. Levine with 16 points in the previous game. Then they came right back. They've lost that. That was a close one. They lost by 1 to Portland. So Levine again with over double-digit points. DeRozan with 10. Sabonis with nothing. Zaric and Eubanks. So I don't know if there's anything to get on in this game. Sorry, I'm just getting my ride for my doctor's appointment next week. Oh. All right, we're in commercial break. Gone through the NBA. We haven't really gone through NCAA at all. UTEP scores, makes it 21-10. A game no one's watching. 7 minutes to go for Florida. We have got through 4. Seattle only with 3 hits in this game. And 2 are by J-Rod. Blanco with one of the others. This looks like a complete mirror opposite of the games that were in Toronto. But again, if you're Toronto, you had to come out here with everything you had because it's your last bet gas. Raptors are down 4 to the Celtics. Derek White's got 25, not surprising. But he's not going to close out this game, so that'll be interesting. Ingram's got 15, Barrett's got 13, Quickly's got 12. Barnes, like we said, jack of all trades, 7, 10, and 4. All right. (28-6), all Jacksonville State. Absolutely no offense at all for Delaware. Been kind of shocked. Power play here. Not what Florida wanted here for the last 6 minutes. Seven to 4, 12 minutes ago for Buffalo. And they can obviously breathe a sigh of relief here. DeBrinket's got his 3 shots in goal. That cashes. Larkin's got his point. He's got 2 points. Talbot, once again, playing tremendous hockey. I'll be interested to see how long that lasts. But, yeah, he started off the year really well. All right, Charlotte's going to win this game by about 27. So they're easily going to cover the 2 points. So overall, you look at what we've done. We lost the first quarter. The over's not dead because there's so many minutes left in this game. It's 28-6, so we're not totally dead here. Delaware's going to have to put some points on the board to help us out. Kirby, I don't think did he come back this inning? Yeah, he still came back this inning, so he has a chance to get 1K, and if he can get 1K, we can cash that. Cook needs about 20 yards. Hornets, we passed. The 10-point parlay, we passed. Marchand, we hit. Reinhardt needs one more shot on goal. Sanderson, I think, needs one more shot on goal as well. Need to somehow get Kirby to get 1 strike. So overall, a very good night from the plays that we had. And then we've gone over some other plays for the NFL and some of the NBA and kind of got lost on some of that. But, yeah, we'll come back to that. It's 9:30. Secondary hockey games are taking off. We've taken some things in that as well. There's a first down there for Delaware. Do we have another goal? I got Tage, my team ain't doing nothing for all these goals. Yeah, Tage was the premium play at over 3.5 shots on goal. So he has decided to have 1 assist and take the night off. I haven't really even seen an attempt to take a shot. So not sure what's going on with that, but he'll gladly take the win. They're winless. So Alex Tuck has been the guy shooting the puck, him and McLeod. I mean, same thing with the announcers going to say Delaware keeps throwing it deep on every drive. They're not connecting, but they're throwing it deep. I was going to put this out there. We are looking for one guy for NBA draft next Monday. I need one guy for fantasy if anybody's interested. Just hit me up on the DMs or hit me in just let me know. Hit me up in the Discord. Any of those things are fine. It's $50. We play standard league. Rotisserie head-to-head each week. So, all ready, Fox? You ready? Am I ready for NBA? I'm breaking down the NBA as we go through it. So, yeah. I believe I'm ready. I kind of know who I like and who I don't like, as I do every year. Sam Houston scores, makes it 17-14, and another terrible throw. I mean, he's putting the ball where it can't be picked off, but it can't really be caught either. Damn it, Kirby gave a run, and that'll end to Kirby. Guerrero has another home run. And that's it for Kirby. We lose the 4.5 strikeouts. We get 4. That sucks. All right, second loss of the night, but plenty more wins there, so we're not worried. Still a lot of game left. Still need Cal Raleigh. Maybe we can go 1-1 in that game. 4th and 9, and Delaware goes for it, and they're going to mark him short. He thought he got it. What are live we got here? Oh, you took the under? Okay. Yeah. I mean, again, I like that. I like the 4.5. He's hit it 4 straight games. From a team that has been striking out before. So, but I understand. Glad you hit it, Mike. That's fine. We're a little oppo on that, but that happens sometimes. This is going to be reviewed. Yep. Jacksonville State has the ball, has already scored, up 7-0 in this quarter, 272-226. Delaware keeps giving the ball to Jacksonville State in good position. We need 20 yards from Cook, and that's halfway there. Nope, flag. Yeah, that would always be nice. Yeah, I'm hoping we get a 2023 season. So if you're wondering for the NBA, last year I was up 65 units, all documented. I can show you every single play. Now, it is a ton of plays because I am a volume better, and it is a ton of plays. And that's 65 units with having a minus 40 closing month. So I was up 100 units the year before that. The guys will tell you I was up 200 units. So I love the NBA. That's actually what I get paid for. So, but keep in mind with the NBA, there are times we'll take a Giannis or a Kawhi, but there's going to be a lot of times we're going to take a Jacoby Walter more than we take either of those guys. So what I do especially well is taking the secondary players and the bench players, points totals and things of that nature. So if you tell me we're going to cash, big play by Jacksonville State. He stepped out at the 10, though. Quarterback finally makes a nice run, but it'll be first down. So we definitely will take some plays. We'll have to figure out how Malik Beasley is going to do with his new digs. So speaking NBA, since we talked some NBA, we'll go right back to the NBA. 2 men on. All right, we've gone through the Atlantic. We have gone to the Northwest. We have got the Central. We'll start with the Bucks. New additions for the Bucks. Basically, the answer on that is nobody. It's more subtractions. No Brook Lopez. Brook Lopez is gone. You do add Miles Turner. I forgot. You do add Miles Turner, but Turner's already hurt. You do add Jericho Sims. He also comes over. D23. I will drop some future plays in that Discord. Haven't yet. That's up to Holden. I haven't heard from Holden yet. I know he wants to do different things. They're trying to work some things out. The quarterback just hurt his arm. Yep. So Jacksonville State's going to have a backup quarterback because he hurt his arm diving. So the problem with our RPOs, you're just putting your quarterback at risk on all these plays. It was a simple tackle. He just hits his elbow, immediately grabs his elbow. His elbow bent the wrong way when he tried to hold himself up. So, yeah, so we'll see. I did reach out to Holden. Holden said he'd get back to me, but not sure what's going on there. So, I'll be doing shows somewhere. I will tell you that. It's one of the things I love. I love the NBA. Besides soccer, it's probably my best sport that I do. So tell me, I mean, we hit women's soccer today. So, right to the locker room for Creel. He's done. All right, so we're going to get Gavin Wimsatt. Yes, Gavin Wimsatt, the great old Rutgers quarterback who barely can throw the football, but he can run. So we'll see here how this works out. So Milwaukee Bucks, like we said, added Miles Turner. Bobby Portis, probably a good strike fan for 6th man of the year. He's going to get a ton of minutes. I love Kevin Porter. We bet a lot of Kevin Porter last year. We'll bet a Kevin Porter as well. I do like this team. I think the East is so bad. After the first 2 teams, which are obviously Cleveland and the Knicks, the Bucks could be right there for 3 or 4, especially with a healthy Giannis. And who knows? This entire family is now with the Milwaukee Bucks. So all 3 brothers are playing for the Bucks, and I mean 2 obviously will only see the action during there. So Cam Cook's going to score again here. To play, so it's 35-6. Move on. Pacers. I don't think they're going to be that far down. The loss of Tyrese Halliburton with Andrew Nemhard. Nemhard, we've shown him in the playoffs that he could be a 20-point guy. All right. Ottawa pulls their net. I hate this. This is the dumbest thing ever. If you have an Ottawa bet, you're really pissed at this. So Ottawa's pulled their goalie now at the 5-minute mark. The only thing this does is basically make the loss go quicker. So when you pull your goalie that early, all you're doing is giving the other team so much extra time to hit empty netters. Red Wings are going to destroy the Panthers here. They're going to add some empty netters here. It's 4-1. Pacers, like I said, Benedict Mathurin is going to start a lot more with the loss of Tyrese Halliburton because Nemhard moves into the point guard role. You do add Cameron Payne to this team as a backup guard as well. That's basically the one addition they kind of make. Obviously, you lose Miles Turner. Isaiah Jackson, Jay Huff are going to have to be your 2 centers. Huff comes over from Memphis, and you still have James Wiseman, and maybe he's healthy this year. Maybe he can give you kind of resurgence. Again, the guy still has talent. He just needs to be able to see the floor. He could still be a rim runner type center. Be interesting to see if he can get some there. Tony Bradley's still there as well. He's been there for the last couple of years, played well in the playoffs. Johnny Furphy probably should get some more minutes here. We'll probably push Ben Shepherd for his role. But Shepherd's going to be moved in a little bit more. Other than that, I mean, they're clearly, to me, then probably the second best team in this year. Then you have the Bulls with my favorite bet of all time, Josh Giddey. I love Josh Giddey. As long as we keep getting good numbers, Josh Giddey triple-double, Josh Giddey double-double, Josh Giddey rebounds, Josh Giddey all day. Tage Thompson gets his second assist. He may have no shots on goal, but he has 2 points in this game. Josh Giddey gets a good contract, team-friendly contract for the most part, under the max, which is what you should pay Josh Giddey. Kobe White hurt start the year, but he should be back. Josh Giddey, when he is supposed to be the man on the team, can be a solid player. They won games with Josh Giddey. Is he a playoff guy? No. Can you win regular season games? Yes. You lose Zach LaVine. As far as adding players, Noah Senge, I love Noah Senge. Noah Senge is going to be a solid defender. The only question is, I wonder with Noah Senge is he that much different than Patrick Williams? So two guys kind of play the same way, but they can definitely play defense. You can't do that. You pull the goalie 5 minutes ago, you're going to see how many shorties are we going to give up. And as soon as we give up one, the team goes ahead and puts the goalie back in because the game is over, and they just don't want to get beat 10-4. So, what was the point of pulling the goalie? I mean, that was the only thing. They just don't want to get beat by five goals. So, I think that's what they've decided. So, to me, the Bulls are the third best team in this division. I think the Pistons are going to be right there as well. We talked about the Pistons already. I think they make a move. I think there's another trade. They definitely have some cap room that they can play around with, and we'll see what they kind of do. Number one team in the league, Cleveland Cavaliers. What did they go out to do? They had Lonzo Ball. What are you going to get from Lonzo? Lonzo's a 3-and-D player at point guard. That's really what he is. He can play defense and he can hit the three. He can't score consistently. And to me, depending upon the rules, and this is the way it's set up, you can get DeAndre Hunter at 11-1 to win Sixth Man of the Year. He is going to start almost every game this year. I don't understand how he's eligible for Sixth Man of the Year if there's. And quite frankly, the way you win Sixth Man of the Year, look at all the guys who've won it. It's guys who started around 25 games. Malik Monk. Why did Monk win it? Oh, his points per game was so high. Because he was starting. The end of the year, the end of the last 2 months of the year, he started every game. Oh, he won the Sixth Man of the Year. If he came off the bench, it'd be great, but he didn't. So it's a guy who's listed to come out the bench, but doesn't come out the bench because of injury or is generally been your Sixth Man of the Year. Bobby Portis has a good chance for that. You have another touchdown here, but UTEP, it's 21-17. Good game here for UTEP and the Miners. I'll be interested. We have Wimsatt here. Can we get anything from Delaware to be able to get this over? Tage was 2 assists. What does power play points? Which you want power play points because power play points aren't really always easy to get. So it's generally a big thing for fantasy. So Cleveland by far, I think, is the first or number 2 team in the East. Knicks are number 1. We'll see. So let's take a pause. We'll see what's going on live. I'm sure Toronto is up like 90 runs. Toronto's up 8-2. Basketball, Toronto's down 1. Right where we want them. Let's see if I can get my plus 3.5. And once again, Delaware throws the ball deep. This one's actually caught. So this is the second time they've caught the ball on a deep pass. Yeah, let's look at the last Sixth Man of the Year winners. That's actually a pretty good thing. I'll ask Gemini. All right, so Lamar Odom once won this award back in 2010, and he started 35 games. It's just sad. Touchdown Delaware. That's what we need. We need this for the order. Peyton Pritchard won the Sixth Man of the Year last year. Again, if you watch down the stretch, Peyton Pritchard played a lot of games when the Celtics rested their guys. Yes, he had some outstanding games off the bench. But when you look at Peyton Pritchard's stats and you go, oh, okay, Pritchard had a massive game. Naz Reid in 2024, okay. Again, he started a lot of games when Cat was hurt. Malcolm Brogdon in 2023, who surprisingly retired today, if you're not aware of that. Why did the That's great jump shot. I love that one. Why did the Kardashians go? And Delaware goes for 2 for, once again, no apparent reason. They just decided they don't like their kicker tonight. 35-12. I mean, granted, yeah, you had to go for 2 since you missed the 2 last time, but okay. 35-12. Malcolm Brogdon, who was going to make the Knicks rosters, apparently told them he will retire. So that ends the career of Malcolm Brogdon. Again, we talk about Rookie of the Year. It's a guy who won Rookie of the Year. He won Rookie of the Year in 2022. I mean, 2023, he won Sixth Man of the Year. Sorry. Won Rookie of the Year. When did he win Rookie of the Year? Tyler Hero in 22. He started most of those games. Jordan Clarkson in 21. He started most of those games for Utah. I think Montrezl Harrell was probably the last guy who won Rookie of the Year. And I think he probably started as well. Well, he technically ended his career with the Knicks. He retired as a New York. Yeah. Okay, so Peyton Pritchard only actually started in 3 games, they said. Okay. Let me see what the actual stats are here when I go to StatMuse. We're going to cheat here. Oh, it takes me a while to type this. All right. Let's see what Jim had. So the year Malcolm Brogdon won it, he actually started 0 games. That's actually good. So again, if DeAndre Hunter's eligible, which it says that you could bet him, which is always great. The books give you some guys who you could bet that are not eligible. You see that when comeback player of the year in the NFL. Yeah, that's it for Creel. He is back on the sidelines, though. But he doesn't have a helmet, so I don't think he's getting back in this game. And you're up 23 points. So it's going to be a lot of Cam Cook in the second half here. Gavin Wimsatt can run the ball, but he's not as elusive as the next guy. We do have the 9:30 games have started off. We're into the 6th inning here. Seattle still can't do squat in this game. I'm on medicine, so it has to be a root beer. Yes, minus 500 for a root beer. Yes. But it's a good root beer. Brand placement here. There goes Wimsatt. First down. Let's go. Oh. Toronto ties the game. It's 94-94 all. in a preseason game that nobody cares about, except me, who bet plus 3.5 with Toronto. Jump shot. You didn't tell me what you're on. Well, except for the Utah. You're on the over in there. Yeah, we did go over what you went on for the late 2 games. Yep. Oh. All right. NBA, we talked about the Atlantic. We talked about the Central. Now we're going to talk about the Southeast. Southeast is, I think you can win some money. The arm's sore. And it's the shoulder, but yeah. She's very, very sore. It's not as purple, so that's a good news. We're definitely going to ice it down because I've been without the sling here for the last couple hours. All right, the Magic. Magic have made the most moves by any team. They had one of my favorite players in the NBA on a team that doesn't shoot threes when all he does is shoot threes. So it'll be very interesting to see how this works. Desmond Bane comes over, is over 2.5 threes, and rebounds will be a lot of things we will take during the year. Franz Wagner. Jermaine, you drafted no defenseman? How is that possible? I would have thought, okay, the system would have told you had to draft a defenseman. But, okay, then you should look for trades, and you probably have some forwards that people want. So I already had a couple trades for a couple of my defensemen offered. So I love me some Franz Wagner. He will continue to grow and be a great player. Paolo's getting better and better every year. Wendell Carter's a serviceable center. Gogo's in there. So your major addition on this team is Desmond Bane. You lose KCP, no problem. They need, though, a point guard. You do add Tyus Jones. That's a great move if Jalen Suggs can't get back. You still have Anthony Black. This will be his 3rd year. It's kind of a make it or break it year. He showed some glimpses last year. It'll be interesting to see if he ever can figure out how to shoot the basketball consistently. But I love this team. A lot of people love this team to win the Southeast. But I'm going to tell you the team I actually love more. And I love this team as far as kind of with Trae Young, without Trae Young. I still kind of like it. Depends upon what they can get for Trae Young because they're going to get something. Okay. Yeah, you pick Z Buem. Z Buem is great. Jump shot was already trying to steal Z Buem from me last night. Offered me a trade. I guess he didn't think I thought I knew who he was. So it was a decent trade. But I love Z Buem. Number 1 on the power play and the Minnesota Wild on a team that's going to score goals. So, yeah, Ekblad's a solid guy for Florida. Morgan Riley for Toronto. I'm surprised any of those guys were available in your league, but it happens. We got the Great Barrier Thief, who we love to bet here, Dyson Daniels. They do add Nickeil Alexander-Walker, comes over from the Timberwolves to give them a scoring punch off the bench. Zachary Risache will be in his 2nd year, but really the big addition is KP. I'm interested to see how that works. Trae Young's more of a rim runner. KP is not a rim runner in any way, shape, or form. Congo was actually playing really, really well. He was getting 20 and 10 at the end of the year. So I thought it was very interesting to add KP. I think the lineup they have here is not going to be the lineup. I think the lineup they're going to play is going to be KP at the 4, Congo at the 5. You're going to play Jalen Johnson at the 3, and then you'll have Dyson Daniels and Trae Young, or Dyson Daniels and Nickeil Alexander-Walker if they move Trae Young. That's going to be kind of one of the big questions. But I love this. I love this there. Yeah, Jacob Toppin as well as a little athleticism. Luke Kennard comes over from the Clippers. Adds you another scoring threat that can shoot the basketball, something they badly need when Trae Young is missing. Keaton Wallace, your draft pick, should have a chance there. I like the Hawks team. You can get the Hawks to win the division. Let's go ahead and look at that up because I do like that bet. Over the Orlando Magic. I I like the Magic. I just question their bench when it all comes down to it. And I think the Hawks are going to be able to kind of survive more injuries, where if Orlando just decimated last year by injuries, and they still won. That was a tremendous coaching job by Mosley. But if they can figure out to stay healthy, and then they went to the backup, and the backup gets it on. You better go back to Cook. We need 15 more yards. It's fine if you want to give this guy some carries, but come on. You're not finishing the game with this guy. So let's see here what we got. Divisions here. Trying to find divisions. Play regular season wins. Division winner. There we are. All right. So this is the one division there. You get the Hawks a plus 150. I like that ability to win the division. Might be something you kind of wait on to see a couple games, see if they lose a couple games, looking at their schedule. Maybe get a plus 200. But I like the Hawks to win this division. Kind of move on. Then we play this team. This is the team. Okay, yes, I'm close to Washington, and I watch all 82 Wizards games. You can take that against me later. But, this makeup of young players is going to be so much interesting to draft, to play with, because you've got some veterans and you've got some young guys, and there's some games that some of these guys seem to figure out it. Bub Carrington, it will be your starting point guard this year. Look to play really well. Trey Johnson's got an outstanding three-point shot, something they badly need, a consistent outside three-point shooter for a guy who lives in the gym. And when I say lives in the gym, I mean lives in the gym. Lately, the Wizards beat writers have told that the management had to tell Trey Johnson to leave the gym. He can't just stay all day in there, that he needs to find a hobby. And Gavin Wimsatt gets tackled for about a 20-yard loss on 3rd and 6, but I think it's going to be a horse collar. So he's going to end up getting a free first down on a 20-yard sack. Gotta love that rule. Yeah, but we bet Keontae George. Keontae George rebounds was a thing we were running. We were running Bub Carrington points. Corey Kispert was a guy we like to bet. And you can get some of those guys. But again, they got so many guys. I think Trey Johnson's going to be a big player for them. CJ McCollum, I think they're going to move. It'll be interesting to see if they keep him, because they kind of have a young squad and they have a veteran squad. It'll be interesting mix to see how they do this. Goal for Calgary, 1-0. CJ McCollum's there. You have Chris Middleton there. But Alex Sarr was a guy we were on early and often, and we will stay on as well. They picked up the flag, and let's see if this guy can hit his 3rd field goal a foot from the post. Finally made one. 38-12. There we go. Let's go. Let's get some points. I love Denny, but again, they had 3 first-round draft picks. They were going to draft his position. It was the right move for them to do, to move on from Denny. Denny's a good player, but Denny's never going to win you a title. So they thought they could going to have a guy kind of at his position. CJ McCollum, Chris Middleton, most of those guys may move, but I think this team could be a lot better than people think. The only issue that I have, I think they're going to have a fight for playing time. For point guard, we know who's playing point guard. It's going to be Bub Carrington. Trey Johnson's probably going to get a chance to play some point guard, but AJ Johnson played late in the year. Malachi Branham, they also picked up. I think he goes to the G League, or they move him. Who cares? Shooting guard, you got CJ, Cam Whitmore, who came over because they needed more playing time. And Cam Whitmore has been great when given the playing time in the Rockets. Cam Whitmore is an athletic, big. He's not really a 2. He's not really a 3. The issue is he really has no outside shots. So he is a slasher. He is a get out on the break. Great player on the break. He can rebound the basketball. But but again, not a very good outside shooter. You got Johnson and Kispert also at that same position. You look at the 3, you run Chris Middleton, Corey Kispert, and then my favorite guy is Justin Champagny. We bet Champagny a lot last year. We cashed that so many times. We'll cash him again as well. And then one of my other favorite players, Keyshawn George from Miami, the youngest player, one of the youngest players in the NBA last year, played a really pretty good season. At the end of the year, started to be a little more consistent. All right, so Snuggie got a point. All right, cool. Thanks, Joe. Jump shot. We cashed that. So, Koulibaly will be an interesting guy. It'll be a real big year for him because they've got to decide if they're going to pay him. Had an outstanding year towards the end of the year. When you look at it, first time double-digit points for him. And then Alex Sarr. Alex Sarr kept on getting better and better and better every game. He was almost a 10-10 guy at the end of the year, probably be a 10-10 guy. I think this Wizards team is going to be better than people think. And I'm just going to flat out say that. And we're going to talk the Hornets. Hornets, a team I love. Love their season win total over. Love it. Took the alts. I'm good. I love the Hornets season win total over. You add Colin Sexton, comes over from Utah. Colin Sexton's still a 15, 20-point guy given the chance. You add Spencer Dinwiddie, comes over from Dallas, another veteran guy. I think this is the year that they're just going to say, we're going to go for it. Con Knippel, you drafted. I think you got a question mark kind of looking at what they're going to play with some positions, but you clearly have your kind of position set up. Knippel's going to be the 3. You got Tidjane Salone, who played really well in the summer league, continued to play that. He was better for that. Liam McNeely comes as a rookie. Knippel comes as a rookie. Miles Bridges is just a beast. He's a 20-10 guy. He's going to be absolutely outstanding. Grant Williams will be back. He'll be healthy. Center's a question mark. You basically traded all your other centers. So you go with Boussou Diabate and Ryan Kalkbrenner. I don't think Kalkbrenner has the speed to play NBA basketball, but you do have veteran Mason Plumlee behind them. So that should be a much better team. You eliminated some of the logjam that you had last year there. So having defined roles and guys who know where their playing time is going to be will make this team a lot better team. Ball stays healthy. Ball passes the ball around. Kind of has a chance to be that legit superstar. So, yeah, I like that. Then there's the Miami Heat. What they're doing, who knows? All right. Still have Tyler Hero. You have Norman Powell. That's going to be an interesting mix. Andrew Wiggins comes over. Very interesting mix with that. You still how that'll work and play. We saw how the Jimmy Butler thing didn't really work. I think this is the year that you got to decide what you're doing. Nikola Jovic, guy we bet on all the time. You got Fontecchio. Fontecchio is a Spoelstra type of guy. I think Fontecchio will get back to what we saw in Detroit, in Utah versus what we saw in Detroit. I love that pickup. The question they have to decide is Bam going to play the 5? The thought process of what I hear is they're going to trade Bam. You're going to have Khalil Ware as your starting 4. You're going to go with the youth movement with Jovic at the 4. Jovic is a guy has some talent. 6'10" guy, hits shot out of bounds, can block bound. Yeah. The Wizards are going to be a fun team to watch, but I think the Heat. I like their team total under. I know that's tough to do with their Spoelstra team. Well, Toronto's up 12-2. We can forget about that baseball game. That game's over. All right, let's go to the hockey games because we got some scoring. We got some action. We got, once again, really bad goaltending. We've got 2 goals given up on 4 shots. Blackhawks got Mickey F. scores there. Reichel has scored as well. Krawcheck has scored. And somehow we have no shots on goal. Bedard's got 1 shot on goal. And Nazar's had nothing. On St. Louis, we already learned that Snuggerud was I don't have him getting the assist. He didn't get the assist. They gave a single assist to Paracchio, and Buchnevich got the assist. So Snug didn't get the point. But it was close. Apparently, in the end, they did not give him the point. Calgary got a goal. Their goal was scored by Rasmus Anderson. He gets a goal. He's got 2 shots on goal already. That's pretty good for a defenseman in the first period. Sergachev and Schmidt each with a shot on goal. Stenlund with a shot on goal. Casey Keller with a shot on goal. Lars Krause, Lasse Krause with a shot on goal. All right, so we're looking at this game. We need, what's the line we have? Touchdown UTEP. Let's go. 28-17 for UTEP. It's 38-12, so we got 50 points. We need 56.5. That would be 7 points. Basically, if we can get a touchdown by anybody and Delaware can kick the extra point instead of go for 2, that would be lovely. It's going to be 2nd and 2. They're driving already. Yeah, Chicago-St. Louis should be definitely a fun game. Again, you got similar questions. You have not a great goaltender. Sutter Blum's in goal. Basically an under 90% goals against average save percentage this year. Joel Hoffers actually had a very good game that he played, but already he's not looking that well. He steps up. Oh, it almost threw a pick at the 12, but there's going to be a flag because the other wide receiver was tackled by the quarterback. So should be 1st and goal, Delaware. As our buddy Razor says, you cannot do that. And he just reached out and tackled him. Shane Beaver going all the way into the 6. With the 12-2, home runs galore have been in this game. Cal Raleigh 0 for 3. Was just sitting there. Got to finish strong. All right, Delaware. 1 score and actually kick the extra point. Because going for 2 doesn't matter. But guarantee you go for 2. And Tanucci gets out of it. Tanucci, 5, 10, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown. Dino Minucci. Now, the question what they're going to have is the ruling on the field, because this is something you never see from a quarterback going in the end zone. He actually slid. So you could question when he started his slide. Was that outside the end zone? He was going to walk into the end zone, and I guess he didn't want to get hit, or he wanted to try to take out this guy's legs. They actually started to slide. And it's going to be, where's the football when he starts to slide? Because at college, it's not where you end up. It's where you start the slide. So now they're going to bring it back to the half-yard line because he started to slide, even though he had no one in front of him until 5 yards into the end zone. And he just had to take a step, 1 step in the end zone and stop. Instead, he goes to try to slide. And his knee actually does touch, too, on the slide early. So it's a really early slide. It's a tough place to call this. Poor cornerback got absolutely thrown into the air by a quarterback. Oh. All right, let's go through the Friday college football games. We got Louisville and Miami. You guys won't believe me, but I'm worried about this game. Yeah, they actually not moved it to the half-yard line. They moved it to the 1.5. Yeah, they're creeping back into it, but you got 9 minutes. You're down 26 points, and the guy had an easy touchdown, and he slid early. So now it's going to be 3rd and 2 from the 2-yard line. 3rd and goal from the 2-yard line. Should have had a touchdown. Kid was scared to get hit, but he wasn't going to get hit because as soon as he crossed the goal line, no one was going to touch him. He had a yard ahead of everybody. So now you're going to set up third and goal for the 2, and almost guaranteed they're going to get stuffed. We're going to go for a weird formation here with some 3 guys, direct back, and the goal line back gets a touchdown. Come here, big guy. Come on. Come here. Don't wake up the house. Come here. Hold on 1 second. He's demanding to be let outside. So that's my dog. All right. Hold 1 second. I gotta go let him out. Come on. All right. So, like I said, 13.5 points. I think Miami can cover the 13.5 points. Though I do think Louisville will score points. That's my question. Louisville has a very good offense. Miami versus Louisville is traditionally a very good game. Louisville actually traditionally has beaten Miami plenty of times when Miami has been favored. And especially in the last 10 years when everyone was ready to anoint Miami as coming back. Number 2 in the country, going on a Friday game. I like the 13.5, but boy, does it scare me. Also, any points with Mario Cristobal scares me because they could be up 20 and then win the game by 6, similar to what they did versus FSU. He just goes into a shell. I don't know how you lay that many points with Miami. To me, it'd be a Louisville or pass in this game. I think Louisville scores points in the game. As long as we get good weather, there's potential for some rain. Miller Moss has played very, very well. They have some good playmakers. Chris Bell's been there for years. Outstanding big play receiver. I kind of like the over. That's the one play on this game. Nebraska, Minnesota. Very interesting game. You look at Minnesota's wins, and they suck. They were up Buffalo. They beat Rutgers, and they beat Purdue. Purdue's terrible. They got hosed by Ohio State. They got hosed by California. Oh, and they beat Northwestern State. So none of those wins are there. Nebraska is the better team, but this is on the road. You're giving up 7.5 points. Nebraska came through, beat Maryland, who I thought Maryland would win that game. There, you beat Michigan State, not a big win. You lose to Michigan by 3 points, not a bad loss. And you beat winless Akron, but that Cincinnati win looks a lot better and better as the weeks go on. So I kind of like Nebraska here. I'm not sure I want to lay 7.5. Might be just a parlay piece for me. But I lean Nebraska. Utah State, I almost want to shoot because I had 3 parlays on them last week beating Hawaii. I love the kid at quarterback. Brock Barnes comes over from Utah. He's 12-2 on touchdown to interception ratio of the year. Plays well. I don't know anything to speak from the San Jose State team. They haven't played well all year. Lost to Central Michigan, lost to Texas, lost to Stanford. You lost to Stanford by 1 from a team that's favored to get 3 wins the entire year. You lose to Wyoming last week when you were up about 21 points. I think they were up. Yeah, at one point they were up 21 points. They scored to 14 points in the second quarter, and they were up 21. And you lose 35-28. Absolutely disgraceful in that case. So I don't. For that reason, I lean Utah State. But there's a reason the line's 3.5, hasn't moved. Total state is same. I can't trust either of these teams, and I don't want to spend any money on either of these teams. All right, you get the first period, St. Louis. Good job, D. I didn't see you play it. Oh, whoops. Sacramento and the Clippers went off, and I didn't see it. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to take any NBA stuff. All right, so we did get the over in the Delaware game. So we go 1-1 in the Delaware game, possibly. Maybe 1-2, depending upon what they do with Cook here. Cook's got 117 yards. We need 3 more yards. Last carries were likely. Maybe this touchdown makes them keep Cook in the game. Let's hope they do. Again, we need 3 yards. It's 19-38. And looks like it's going to be Cook. I think that was Paul. I think that was Andrew Paul. Why do we get Andrew Paul in the game? Come on. Cook's only got 18 carries. He could definitely get a carry. Gavin Wimsatt completed a pass. That's kind of actually a mastery thing just on its own. 35-17. UTEP looks like they're going to go. Jacksonville State looks like they've got this game. Thank you, D. Glad for the invitation. Member for 3 months. We'll take it. KC Moneyline. All right. We are taking for parlays, yes, KC Moneyline. You should make your money back with your KC. But again, we talked about that. The Raiders tend to play this Kansas City game very, very close. I like the 11.5. They're going to start Diabate. I don't think they're going to start Kalkbrenner. I think he's going to get plenty of time. I just don't wonder. He's got more offensive game to Diabate, but Diabate has more athleticism. Don't think he has more strength, but he's going to be better in the defensive side. I don't think Kalkbrenner has the foot speed, especially lateral quickness, to play with some of the NBA centers when they go small. I think some are just going to run right around him. So I think it will be Moussa Diabate. But I think the Hornets got to do, and I think a lot of losing teams had to do, they're like, oh, we got to play with pace. We got to play with pace. And they play with pace, and they score a lot of points, but they don't stop anybody from scoring points. So they've got to lessen the pace a little bit more and take a little better shots. And all their players are getting better and improving, so they should be able to do that. So, damn it. I think I'm going to be 3 yards short. I think it's just going to be this kid, Paul. It's all backups. It's 3rd and 5. They think they're up 19. That's plenty of time. We're not seeing Cam Cook here. We're going to fall 3 yards short. Not sure. We're looking at the defensive coordinator. If Delaware hits any of these long passes that they attempted every drive, this game would be totally different. But yeah. St. Louis scores, makes it 2-2. Like we said, should be a fun one. Goal scored by Dylan Holloway, so that's one way to get your shots on goal. Holloway with the goal. Assisted by Jordan Cairo. There's the name you haven't heard much of lately. Mammoths on a power play. All right, back to Friday's games. Going to my favorite game. UNC versus Cal. UNC is just a dumpster fire, getting destroyed by Clemson, which we knew they would, got destroyed by UCF. We knew they did beat Richmond, and they were able to beat Charlotte. Destroyed, obviously, they opened the night versus TCU. Cal up by 21 versus Duke, and then Duke came roaring back for the next 40. They beat Boston College, again, not a good team. They'd lose to San Diego State, not a good team. They got blanked 34-0. I do like the young quarterback they've got. He does throw a little turnover prone, but Sagapoli has a chance to basically kind of move the offense at times. You beat Oregon State, not a good team, and you beat Texas Southern. So now you come and you play North Carolina, and you're a 10-point favorite. If they take care of the football, and since this game's in Cal, I'm actually going to take Cal minus 10. Line has moved. It has moved against my favor. I understand that. I just don't like this UNC team. It's sad to say Bill Belichick has a poorly coached team, but they have a poorly coached team. I don't think he understands the college game. I don't think he understands it's got to be bigger plays. You're not going to win this. Less 3-yard runs is not going to get it done. So I like Cal here. I like him at home. I like him to bounce back. Taking that at the minus 10. I'm going to go quickly through some of the college games that I like. Washington versus Michigan. We were on demand. Williams last week for over 250 yards. He cleared that. He cleared that by the third quarter. He went for 400 last week. He's not going for 400 this week for Michigan. Michigan's defense not as good, though, as what it has been in the past. Pass defense is actually 62nd in the country. So it is something to kind of look at. I do like Washington here, getting the 5.5. I think they have enough. I think they can stop the run, which has really basically been the Michigan offense. They're sixth best defense against the run. Michigan's 19th. I like that ability. I'm taking the 5.5 with Washington, and I'm being fine with it. Georgia Tech versus Duke. I don't understand this line at all. Yes, Duke beat California. Yay. Yes, Duke beat Syracuse. Yes, with the backup quarterback. They beat NC State. Yay. They lost to Tulane. They lost to Illinois. They lost to there. I put Georgia Tech more closer to the Illinois standard. Getting Georgia Tech, I'm getting 1.5 points. I think Haynes King will continue to get this done. The lines hasn't moved at all. Public is all on Duke. Don't understand this, but the money line, they're on Georgia Tech. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm on Georgia Tech. I'm taking the plus 1.5. I'll be perfectly fine with that. Arizona, Houston. Arizona cost me money last week. Houston's actually been 5-1, believe it or not. Been a very good. Noel Fafita has been electric. I don't know why defensive coordinators haven't figured out what he does, but he takes 2 steps back. He then he runs right forward to create the lane. He does it all game. How defenders haven't figured out, hey, I'm just not going to chase him here. And I'm going to make him throw 20 yards from where the line of scrimmage is because he's not going to attempt that and just hang back. But they're not disciplined enough to do that, and he does it over and over and over. Connors has been great for Houston. Great being able to walk you. They've got some big plays with Houston. It's a massive game for Arizona. They can't go down 4-3. Big 12. Houston having still hopes of winning the Big 12 here. It's a very interesting game. You look at the spreads and odds. Lines shifted. It was minus 1.5 Houston. They're now getting 1.5. Houston's now still getting most of the money line money. Totals dropped down 2 points, 46.5. I think I'm going to be on the home dog here, and I'm going to take Houston at plus 1.5. All right, Delaware's got to go 95 yards. Bear with me just 1 second, guys. I'm going to play the video. So, Jacksonville State game does not look like to get cooked. Delaware's not putting much of a rush here. They're going to have to bring Cook back in the game. They are at midfield, though, but they're running out of time. Touchdown here, and maybe you put Cook back in, but I doubt it. All right, so excuse me 1 second. I lost my phone. Where did I put my phone? Damn it. Excuse me, guys. 1 second. I need my phone for sets for all my apps. Delaware taking way too long to try to any chance to try to really get back in this game. Picking up big chunks, but they're wasting like 20 seconds doing it. Who you like Saturday College? That's kind of what we were going through. So I like Washington plus 5.5. I'm waiting to see what Damon Williams passing yards is. I like Georgia Tech minus 1.5. Baylor TCU. I think this is again. We saw that last week of who has TCU played, which is why Kansas State won that game pretty easily. Baylor basically having an off week, coming down to play at TCU. Line hasn't moved at all. Money line really hasn't moved at all. Kind of will be interesting to see. I kind of lean Baylor plus the 3. You're probably more interested in LSU Vandy. I'm taking the under 48.5. LSU plays most of their games in the low 40s. Outstanding defense, middling offense, which is surprising for a guy who was listed as a first-round pick. But just really can't figure out how to get it going. Oklahoma, South Carolina. South Carolina been kind of a disappointing. Comes into this game at 500. Still got Lenore Sellers, still got Nick Harbor, but I like Oklahoma here. I just hope you get a more healthier John Mateer. I thought John Mateer had no business being out there last week. You saw really quickly he could not move laterally. He could not basically run for any first downs at any point, unless it was wide open. He wasn't the same thing. I thought they would have been better off just going with the backup there. And basically taking their things with Hawkins, who has experience. It's not like he's never played in a game before. Talked about those. Moving on quickly to the 3:30 games. We got Coastal versus Appalachian State. I like Appalachian State to cover 10.5. I'm not high on this Coastal team, though they started to play well. There you go. Touchdown, Delaware. Easily making us get this over again. Maybe Cook comes back, but the 3 minutes left, you probably still go with your backup. So they've been running for the touchdown at all. Indiana, Michigan State, 27.5. That's too many points for me, not touching that game. This is the game I think is going to be one of the most interesting games. Clemson versus SMU. We know Clemson's lost 3 games. Yes, okay, they've got 2 wins, but those wins were with Boston College and North Carolina. Neither of those teams are very good. So Delaware gets stopped for the 4th consecutive 2-point conversion. Actually, 3 of 4. They hit 1. So maybe really need to try the 2-point conversion says. Michigan State is trash as a team, correct. But they really Aiden Childs has still put up 2 touchdowns. Yes, they got beat up by UCLA. But even with UCLA, what they lose by 25? That's not 27. They lost by Nebraska by 11. They lost by USC by 14. they have that history of staying in games within 28 points. I'm not giving them 28 points for an Indiana team that has UCLA on deck, Maryland on deck, Penn State on deck. And those are the three teams that are really going to determine if they go undefeated. So all those teams on deck, this probably might be a classic look-ahead game. Get the win, maybe not run up the score. Go green, go white, can't right. So SMU Clemson, both teams come in. SMU a little bit down this year from what people kind of thought it was. Oh, they get the onside kick. Not only they get the onside kick, we may see some Cook. Delaware's got 3 timeouts, 2:48 left. If they can somehow get down the field here and not be stupid and use timeouts. This is interesting. I like Clemson to cover here, and I covered the 10. Klubnik's looked better. They've got Antonio Williams back. Bryant Westbrook had a big game last night. Unfortunately, J.J. Moore did nothing. It's not going to be 52-14. I'll almost guarantee Michigan to score between 17 to 20 points. Aiden Childs has played very, very well, and they've played very good competition. I don't think you're going to see the best effort that you see from Indiana. All right, do not use a timeout. Just go quickly, guys. Go quickly here, Delaware. No timeouts. The goal is to score, give Jackson State the time with the ball. So oh, dude, you got to catch that. It's similar to Ohio State, Wisconsin. Wisconsin's terrible. But Ohio State has an issue generally with covering. They haven't been a great cover team there. They covered versus Minnesota. They covered against Washington. Did cover versus Illinois. Okay, maybe they've been covered a little bit more than I thought. I thought that line was higher. I'm not sure I'm taking 25.5. I think this Wisconsin offense is inept. I'm probably going to take the Wisconsin offense under. Team total under will be the way I'm going to tackle this game. I'll be surprised if Wisconsin scores 10 points. Big holding call here, Delaware, wasting another 20 seconds. They had a big play, but get the holding call. Mississippi State, Florida. Florida's 9.5-point favorites. I can't touch that. Just can't. I think Florida wins the game. I'm not sure I'm covering them to cover 9.5 points. Rutgers versus Oregon. Oregon's going to cover, and they'll cover the 17.5. This game will probably go over. Rutgers has a major issue with defensive, allowing teams there. Oh, he got crushed. And that'll be the 2-minute warning. Big sack, and this will be 4th and 35 or something. Maryland, UCLA. Based on what you've seen from Maryland, obviously is a better team than it's been. Again, did not really show up there. This game's across country in California. It's 7 o'clock at night. This is going to be your big game for Malik Washington. Me and a couple other guys think this is Malik Washington's chance to kind of prove to people that he can hit the portal here and get a really nice big fat check, or Maryland can pony up. We'll see what they do. But I think the kid is gone. Nico is doing his best to revive his career. This UCLA team the last 2 weeks has looked great. This game's going to be at home. They fired the coach. They've been playing much better football. There's still players on this team. I think they'll beat Maryland here, and I'm going to take them minus the 3.5 at home. Cross-country trip. I think UCLA gets their 3rd win of the season here. Texas versus Kentucky. Kentucky's a mess. Georgia beat them by 21 points. South Carolina beat them by 22 points. They beat Eastern Michigan. Ole Miss beat them by 7, and they beat Toledo. Texas comes here, a much better defense. It's going to make this very, very difficult for Kentucky to move the ball. Basically 109th in an SEC team in offense, 113th in passing, 66 against the run. Texas is 4th in the country against the run. They'll shut down this run game. And then Kentucky's in all kinds of issues. So I like Texas to cover the 12.5 here. They tend to show up for lesser competition. And then Penn State, Iowa, not touching with the 10-foot pole. Obviously, you're going to have Aller's gone. He's done for the year. Crockmeyer's up. Again, he's a still talented kid. He's a freshman. He's going to get better each game. Playing in this Iowa defense, though, is not the first game I'd want the kid to start. All right, you're probably really interested in USC Notre Dame. I'm going to say this the best way I say this. I love this USC team. I said it last week when they played Michigan. I liked USC. Came through. I said they had a better defensive line that was different than Witty college football. I said, this is a different year. I think they'll be able to stop the run. I think they're a different team. They destroyed Michigan. They won that 31-13. Never close. Their only loss is basically at Illinois by 2 points on a last-second field goal. However, this Notre Dame team is really, really good. And they can't dare to lose this game. 9.5, way too many points. Way too many points. This line should be 4. Flat out telling you, this is going to be a close game. I'm taking the 9.5 with USC all day. I think Notre Dame probably wins this game. I'm going to probably actually sprinkle the money line, though, on USC because I think the plus 266, it's too good to pass up and not sprinkle. Line is total has jumped massively. It's jumped to 8 points. So we went from 53.5 to 61.5. Basically makes that unplayable. Notre Dame has a very good defense. USC has explosive offense, but their defense is actually very good as well. So I think we're going to see a pretty good sample. It's 4th and 23 for Delaware. Kid's going to step up, and he's going to have to take a 5-yard gain. Yay. Jacksonville State ball. So the onside kick came to nothing. Jacksonville State probably not going to put our guy in at a 13-point game with 2 minutes to go. But Delaware does have 3 timeouts. So maybe they do. Who knows? It would be lovely if they did. Absolutely gorgeous if they did. 3-man rush and they get home. That can't happen. Was an issue all game. Yeah, the backup live is in. Nah, it's not happening. All right, moving on. Tennessee, Bama. Great game. 8.5 points. I can't get to 8.5 points. I just can't. Missouri showed that this team can give up long plays. What Tennessee thrives on is long plays. Obviously, their only losses to Georgia and a last-second field goal in overtime. 8.5 points. Line opened up 12.5. Dropped immediately to 8.5. At 8.5 points, I like Tennessee. I think Bama wins the game, but I like Tennessee to strike against their offense. This is the game that doesn't make any sense to me. I just don't understand this. Missouri versus Auburn. Auburn, yeah, okay, you played Georgia tough. You got robbed on a touchdown. But your quarterback still can't throw the football. He can't throw the football. And Missouri is a much better team than people thought. I'm taking Missouri all day. No problem with this. Utah, BYU. It could be an outstanding game. Derek Dampier versus Brock Bachmeyer, 5-1, 6-0. This is probably going to determine who's going to win the division. You look at the teams, you look at what's on. The line hasn't moved that much at all. Utah BYU want nothing to do with. I would lean BYU at home +3, but I think Dampier's the better quarterback, where I think Utah wins this game. But I think this is a similar game to BYU Arizona. Overtime, probably a chance to go in this game there. And then last but not least, FSU versus Stanford. FSU obviously getting their third loss of the season in an embarrassing fashion versus Pittsburgh. Goes to Stanford, who's only 2-4. Stanford sucks ass. They should right the ship here. They should get their fourth win this season. BYU won in overtime, yes. It cost me at Arizona. Arizona was leading the whole game and couldn't get it done at the end. So, yep. All right, let's see what's going on today. What the crap is that? That's not today. Well, Seattle did get 2 runs. It's 12-4. You're running out of innings, though. We did get the Cal Raleigh. He goes yard. So we get the over 1.5 on Cal Raleigh. All right. We will take that. I know we kind of lost. Utah got a goal. Makes it 1-1. We're not dead there yet. Let's go. Goal scored by Barrett Hayden. Nick Schmaltz gets a point, so that's good. Dylan Gunther yet without a point. 2-2 still in Blackhawks St. Louis. 4 goals in the first period. So Jacksonville State keeps running for first downs. So Toronto loses by 2, so I got my +3.5. There we go. I'll take that. Can't believe I lose Cook by 3 yards. Jake Sanderson, we hit the over 2.5. Didn't even realize that. Prinkett, we got the over 2.5. We didn't get the Sam Reinhart 2.5 goals. That sucked. And that should do it. All right, now we can finally switch to the hockey games full time. All right, it's 10:43. We'll stop this in like 17 minutes here. We do have Dallas and the Lakers, who we've been waiting to play. They haven't started because they were waiting for this game to finish. Lakers basically putting out a nothing roster. So we do have a confirmed roster finally for the Lakers. And it is Gabe Vincent, Dalton Connect, Rui Hachimura, Jared Vanderbilt, and Jackson Hayes. First, the entire normal starting roster for Dallas. The entire, how can you not take just first half Dallas? I might just take an alternate spread. I'm having fun. I'm going to take Dallas to win the first half by 10 points. Only putting a quarter unit on it, +154. This is a terrible lineup that the Lakers put out. Trying to find the actual spread because they got it buried down here. It's 5.5. So I'm taking that as well. I'll take that for a half unit because it's preseason. But my preseason looks so far have been very good. So I don't know what ESPN was thinking. Where they're like, yeah, the Lakers are going to come out here and play with a good lineup. Yeah. Well, they hit a 3 to make this smaller. I'm fine with this. Keep missing shots. Let's go. Give me -1.5 for the first half. They are. They are, but this is a massive game. Again, like I said, I there are things I like in this game. I think they could be a massive ass, but okay, they went to Illinois, and okay, they lost that game because they were favorites at Illinois. But it was a 3-point game, and there were plenty of times where it could even be less. All right, Cooper Flag with his first preseason points. I don't. I see the Dodgers winning 4-0. But we'll see. Again, one game there. You don't know if they relaxed a little. And maybe they did tonight. And maybe they thought, oh, we got Kirby on the mound. We're good to go. Lakers start up to a 9-11-4 run. They can't miss. That's why you got to love preseason. Clippers are up 15. All right. So I think we went through all the games, went through college, we got through most of the NBA. Missed 2 more divisions, but it's like 12 minutes left, and we're close to 11 o'clock here. Hockey, we're into the second period in these games. 2-2 in St. Louis, 1-1 in Calgary, Utah. There you go, Dallas. Battle back. Let's get this. Utah with the goal. 2-1 Utah. Let's go. That's what we needed. JJ Paterka. There's our point we need from JJ. Let's go. We'll take that. Lakers are hot from 3. I'll give them that right now. Gabe Vincent, 15 points in the first quarter in a preseason game. He has 15 of the 17 points. And he's still shooting, and he gets fouled. Oh, that hurts. Alex DeBrincat, you sucked. All right, so that's my 1 point for JJ Paterka. Now I just need a point from Dylan Gunther. 3-2 Blues. There we go. We got some goals scored. No, 3-2 Hawks. Connor Bedard with the assist. Alex Vlasic and Lucas Reichel with the goal. 3-2. Let's go. Let's get this. Hawks plus 1.5. I mean, right now it's Vincent has 17 points. It's Vincent can't play the whole time. I would take the Mavs now. -3.5. This is not going to continue. I mean, the Mavs, when they are scoring at ease. Cooper Flag with the easy give and go. He gets another rim run here. 3.5. I wouldn't be shocked if the Mavs are up, would still win this half. I mean, this has basically just been Troy Vincent. And he's going to just continue shooting because there's nobody else. Anthony Davis with an up and down. Hey, you got to play for Jackson Hayes. I mean, the offense for the Mavs looks good. You're just getting really good shooting right now from the Lakers, but you're only getting it from one guy. Guy's not going to stay on the floor that long. Nick Schmatz has 5 shots on goal in the second period. Brewers heavy tomorrow, Jack. All right. It's an opinion. I'm on the Dodgers. At home. I mean, you could think if they give out, and I mean, they had the same thing happen where the Brewers took game 3, and yeah. Had a chance, and then it didn't, and then it was over. I mean, you're basically going to have Jose Quintana for Tyler Glasnow. I'll take Glasnow. Quintana's probably an opener. So I think it's probably a Quintana, Jason Mizorowski game. So does SSCH? I don't know what SSCH means. All right, guys. All right. We're 8 minutes to 11. I'll call it at 11. I gotta get my dog and I'm in pain. All right. Any other games we want to talk about that we didn't go over? Over under live on the later games. Hockey, basketball, what are we talking? If we're talking basketball, I'd have to see the lines. The way both of these games have started, I would be more on the under. But it's a question of how many the points the Mavs are going to get. You're going to be way under in the Clippers game. I mean, that's already a 210. That's going to be a nut. My gut feeling would it would go over because I think the Kings are going to score a little bit more here. I threw him. What do you think of the over under live? And I threw him in the Utah parlay. His 3+ dog was +10. Yep. Yeah, I mean the Lakers game at 231, I kind of would lean under, but again, it's a question of how bad the Mavs are going to come back. If you feel the Mavs are going to come back, which I do, I probably feel the Lakers are going to be probably around 108, 110 mark. And I question what the Mavs could be around 120. And that puts us right at the number. You're going to have a power play here for Utah. Again, all the baskets I've seen the Mavs score are easy. It's good offense, good ball movement, uncontested. Lakers again, basically scoring with one guy. Vincent's got 18 points, and Jackson Hayes has got 4. And 2 of those came off of Vincent passing him the ball. A little token full court pressure. Very odd to see in a playoff thing, and they go to a 2-3 zone. Yep, 2-3 zone that switches to a man-to-man. Interesting. D'Angelo with the rebound, pushes, goes 1-on-1 against Dalton Connect. That's an and 1. Mavs are trying to win the quarter. I mean, again, this Lakers squad that they're rolling out is terrible. I already put 4 bets in there. I took the first half. I took a first half hold. I took a live -1.5 for the game. So I'm not going in again. It's probably one of the other ways I'm also reluctant to do it. D'Angelo misses the and 1. Live total right now is still at 231. Troy Vincent still basically the only one shooting and the only one really involved at all. Max Christie with the 3, and now all of a sudden it's a 5-point game. I was surprised when I heard the insiders basically say Lakers have been shopping Dalton Connect, and what they've discovered from most teams is he's viewed as a negative asset. Which means in order to trade Dalton Connect, you have to attach a draft pick to him. Or another player that's solid. Yeah, we need Gunther to get a point. That is the one thing we do need in this game. So it's going to be a 3-point game now. And you got an insurance run for Toronto because they needed that one. 13-4. Chicago scores 4-2. There's the over, right? Yeah, it was 5.5. The over hits in the second period. All right, RJ Davis hits a 3. He's going to hit an and 1 here. The old North Carolina player. Oh. Got another Calgary penalty. Utah's going to have another power play. Yep, 7-point game in the Lakers-Dallas. Max Christie, another guy we bet on a lot before he started to get astronomically unrealistic numbers. Oh, he wasn't looking. Oh, Frank Nazar scored. So there's our point for Frank Nazar. Let's go. If you're wondering the hockey, we hit Marchand. We lost Reinhart. We hit Sanderson. We hit Nazar now. Holloway, we're waiting on there. I think he's got 2, maybe 1. I know he scored 1. Yep. And we got the Blackhawks over +1.5, so that's looking good. We've got a little bit of parlay here in Utah. Hopefully Gunther can get his assist right here or his goal. Missed the shot. Lakers up 7, just under 4. Anthony Davis just standing alone, basically taking gym jump shots. Yeah, so this game is simple. You got Vincent and R.J. Davis, the only ones taking any shots. Nobody guarded P.J. Williams when he got to the side. Nobody was under the rim, so he just turned around and walked to the rim, and then they finally just passed the ball, and he lays it in easily. I mean, this defense is unreal by the Lakers. Dalton connects first shot, and it's a brick. I think the Brewers' advantage is playing at home because of that ballpark they play in. I don't think you're going to have many home runs hit in L.A. You didn't see that at all in the Phillies game at all, especially as it gets colder at night this time of year. I thought Bennington was supposed to play this game. Yeah, the Mavs are just playing around this game. Another goal by the Blackhawks, 5-2. Mavs cut this to 5. Yeah, Hoffer has not looked good at all. Oh, that Dalton Connect just missed the entire rim by 3 feet. And another layup given up by the Lakers defense. And it's a 3-point game. Max Crispy just getting easy dunks. There is a better game plan being played in practice in an NBA gym than what you saw in this game here. Dalton Connect draws the foul. Again, I mean, the Mavs, you are literally playing at half speed and getting layup after layup after layup, dunk, layup. Anthony Davis playing with glasses now? Interesting. Clayton Keller with 4 shots and goal. Nick Schmitz already has his 5. JJ's got his 1. We need 2 more. Gunther's got 1. I need 3 more. All right, minute 42 power play here. Let's see if Utah can get up 2 goals. Oh, you got him. Missed him. Had him, though. Cycling it back around, back to the point, back to the edge, inside, in front. Nice save. Clayton Keller, no shot. Gunther had a shot blocked again. Right off the pads. And we got a little bit some action here. All right, it's 11 o'clock. We lose Delaware first quarter. We hit the we hit the full game over. We lose Cook by 3 yards. That sucked. Hornets, we win. So we go back up. We hit the Wells and Miller, so we go back up. We hit Marchand again, so we're up again. We lose Reinhardt, down 1. We hit Sanderson, down. We lose Kirby, but we hit Raleigh, so we call off that. Nazar already hits. We need Gunther to get a point, and we need Holloway to get 2 shots a goal. We have Chicago plus 1.5. We went through the college games. We went through the NBA games. The way I basically is going to say things really simple. I have a winnable. I have a free winnable, and I have a paid winnable. Free winnable, anybody can join. I have a free Discord. We've had the Discord. A lot of people in the chat are from my Discord who's known me now for 6 to 7 years. So we do fantasy games in there. We talk other sports. There's other cappers, give other plays. Great place to be. Bookie Killers. You can see the link on my Twitter at Sean's Fox Plays. the way I say you give your appreciation, if you made some money tonight, if you made some money this weekend, whatever it might be, you can sign up to my Winnable. That's the quickest way to tip me. I have a very cheap Winnable. It's $10. I kind of put it more out there. I give out plays on the Winnable. I give out plays on the free. It's $10 a month. You can sign up for a month, sign up for whatever. If I win you money, I always appreciate that. That's there. Or just like and subscribe to me on Twitter. Like and subscribe to me on YouTube, TikTok, whatever it might be. I appreciate that. Other than that, good luck with the rest of your bets. See you, everyone. Have a good night.